All right, 1 second, guys. All right. Enough of that. How to proceed to today's stream? And welcome to Chaos Rain channel. As I'm Chaos Rain here. Today, as you can tell by the title, and I think the most talk about brother in I could say the Manosphere, Black Manosphere, and a man that is actually doing great things in regards to the information and the reality of what has not been talked about in regards to, I would say, women of our community, or women in general. But nonetheless, he is doing some amazing things. Before I start, if y'all know, if you're new to this channel, make sure you hit the red button that calls subscribe button. And also, when you hit the subscribe, you gotta hit the top bell. You gotta ring the top bell. Ding! That'll let you know when I'm going live or any notification of any sort of nature. Also, you could find me. Oh damn, I shouldn't do that. Oh well, I'll find it. You could also follow me on Twitter. I'm on Twitter, Chaos Rain the 7 or Chaos Rain 7, where you could communicate. I think you could post things on Twitter or whatever. I'm on Twitter sometimes, so if you want event ideas or anything, you could message me on Twitter. Also, what else? What are our social media? So, I'll probably give that for now. And anything else that will be left for future streams, podcasts, etc. So be patient. Okay. One thing I will do, and I'll share this. For those that don't know or don't even care, I'm going to say some positive things to this brother. That I've noticed a lot of women, particularly, that got in their so-called feelings in regards to telling really what you don't want to hear, ladies. Um, Hold on. Let me just share something here. Okay. Uh, I'll do that later. Let's see if I can find it. I'm gonna share this now. Oh, how you doing, Rated Woman? How's everything? I'm doing very well. Thank you for asking. Yes, yes. Oh, did you catch thing with the thing with the Mr. Samuel situation on World Star? Did you catch it? Let me know. Okay, I'm gonna share this screen. Let me see if I can find it. If y'all see in front of me, this brother, because I know there's a lot of controversy, he is really finding and helping Black people, Black men, Black women in particular, in regards to finding not only if they're on their path purpose, but also potentially finding love or a mate. And mind you, this man is not a matchmaker. As you know, this is the mix. So what this man talks on his show every day, 5 days a week, Monday through Friday, he's not lying. And his work shows for himself. For you to get into this, you got to have your stuff in order. As you could tell, be kind, courteous, no hate speech, bullying, no promotion of spam, respect everyone's privacy. He has found people. So to a lot of ladies that feel, say, that what he's saying is trolling, problematic, you have not really checked this man out, his works. And not only that, I think for the average woman today don't really care, because I've watched that World Star situation. I saw it because I watched most of his live streams. And I will tell you firsthand, what he is saying is nothing new, nothing that the average man, whether he's a Black Manosphere or the regular Manosphere, will say and tell the average woman. I think for most women, that's where you need to find the actual truth, as you could tell. And you're not going to get any more real than what he's telling on his channel. And if you follow the criteria and you have meet the standards, what it means, that you're not overweight, you look very much decent looking as a woman. If you're cute, even better. And you love and respect men. And you carry yourself a certain way with enough pictures from head to toe, you might qualify and be a part of the mix. And mind you, the high value thing that a lot of Black people don't like or hate, some men don't like it because when it talks about trying to level up, better yourself to be the best version of yourself, if you're not meeting that standard, then obviously the 6 criteria of becoming what is called high value, you might not fit or meet 3 or even 1 of the above. So this is the mix. A very respectful group. If you meet the criteria as a woman, you'll get it. If not, you don't get no reply. And be honest with you, he's been talking about the mix on this channel for months now. So I'm not sure what's the situation with the triggering that what he's saying is a lie or something that you don't want to hear as a woman. And trust me, ladies, I've heard and seen worse from other dudes in many spaces. And I tell you, this man is just being very much liberal with you, ladies. And he could go there. but he's not. And to be fair, honest, there were certain audios, certain things that I've been circulating, noticing that, we have a lot of women that does content detractors, and they will go as far as to maybe shit on whatever journey or success a man is doing, especially a black man. It's expected. It comes with a territory because in America, I tell you, you're the most freest and most, what's the word? This is a soil of land where women pretty much you can get away and do anything you want without much consequence of this environment, especially here in this environment, the West. And I've talked to one friend, and he said outside America, it is affecting other nations. But the problem is with other nations, the symptoms will not erode the in-depth virus that they try and inject in other nations with feminism, all these big words you hear they talk about that sit there, give men of any value trouble. I've noticed with a lot of non-black men, particularly white men, they have women with their own women problems to the point where they go out their little community and find other, I guess, non non-white, or I should say actually white um couples or white mates, particularly Asian women. Because if you look at most dating apps or any other statistical data, if we want to waste time, punch numbers and find the results, besides the European woman, second in line or whatever, they will take an Asian woman because they have this illusion that the Asian woman is more submissive and willing and do everything than their own woman, which I'm not saying is true or false, but it's hard for me to believe that out of all groups of women, that these women are almost getting up there as the mate selection that most men are going to try to get in regards to exude their patriarchy, their, you know, their domination or their will to operate and still function in that patriarch with that woman. I think America, where they call it a gynocracy or a matriarchy, here it's evident that women are in somewhat control without much consequences, because it's hard for me for any woman could tell me what is the actual consequence a woman could face in America, especially. I'm waiting to hear that. If I ask that real tangible question, I doubt I'm gonna get a real logical response. Oh, good evening, underrated. And the reason why I'm saying this is because, to be fair and honest, I don't see much consequences for a lot of women here in America. Because if I travel out, which I probably will do more traveling, if I really took the time and travel outside of the nations, women have to operate and be and carry themselves under another rulership of another man's nation. And there is consequence when you don't act right. There's no reward for misbehavior. If a lot of women, especially black women, don't understand, outside of America, the consequences are very severe. Some of them even lead into death. That's not really explained and talked about. People that's watching, please hit the like button. I think here you got it good, baby. That's the only answer I can give you. I've noticed there was an article about, and this is going to be off topic, of Mr. I think his name is Taylor, the man that owns the restaurant in Houston. Let me see if I could Google it now, see if it's out there. Give me 1 second. Let me see if this is the one. I'm not sure if this is the one. That's the pandemic one. Let me find the next one. I'm trying to remember what. As a matter of fact, I'm trying to remember which one was it again. Hold on, guys. I'm trying to find it. Kind of want to run my mouth. I saw it earlier, and I should have screen shared. All right. Let me see if this is the one. Okay. Okay, I found it. Let me type it in now. Make sure you share this as well. And it looks like he part ways of his restaurant. I'm not sure because of the publicity he got from a lot of media, because he told his customers that is 70% base of women that he didn't want twerking in his restaurant. And if they do it, they're going he tell them just to get the hell out. He don't want their money. I'm not sure if that's the cause why he had to close it down. I mean, there's a lot of things that will result in a business has to move. And I'm not sure. That might be the reason. Okay. Oh, and this is from the root. Okay, let me share this right now. Found it. Share screen. And I will drop the link very shortly for those who want to come up. Okay. Here it is. And what's good, Charles? We can't twerk it out. Anti-twerk restaurant owner parts ways with Houston-based restaurant. As you can tell. And this is filed by Wampum. This was Thursday. Interesting. You may now know Kevin or what they call Kevin Kelly by name, by definition with him, and by his short sleeve turtleneck. The debate of the controversial following this man around, apparently, the man who became notorious across the internet for his staunch anti-twerk stance and not so long misogynistic or misogynist. Kevin Kelly, no longer affiliated with one of his restaurants, Taste Bar and Kitchen in Houston. Now it may be tempting to file this under live comes at you fast. But apparently Kelly and Taste Chef and owner Don Bowie have been on the out for some time. And if you want to get an indication of just how messy all this is, yes, lawyers are involved. According to either Bowie and Kelly part ways at some point this fall, and each party is currently suing the other in a pair of highly dramatic lawsuits in Harry County. From Eaters, and as follows. Let me skip this, kind of want this here. In his lawsuit, Kelly claims that Bowie was responsible for inappropriately taking out payroll protection programs loans in the restaurant name without Kelly's permission, along with a host of other alleged financial misdeeds. Meanwhile, Bowie alleged that Kelly tanked a deal with Bowie had with an investor by saying that the chief wouldn't stop stealing. Bowie also claims that Kelly cuts him out of a deal at True Kitchens and Cocktails in Dallas, where Kelly's viral rant was filmed. Bowie alleged that Kelly stole a number of receipts being used at the Dallas restaurant, including his popular kitchen and waffle dish. Kelly caused a stir this week after a video of him berating black female customers at True Kitchens went viral on social media this week. Licensed that people were dancing on the furniture. Kelly told his patrons, all this twerking shit, don't bring it here because we're a restaurant. If you want to do it, get the out of my restaurant. Kelly continues, while acknowledging that his client base was 75% ladies. Kelly suggests that he couldn't expect men to respect the women at his establishment if they were twerking. Meanwhile, people at the restaurant took to social media with additional context about the incident, saying that they had been waiting hours for food orders while alcohol heavily drinking were being served up left and right. I mean, no matter how much booze was involved, there is still a pandemic outside, which is the fact I can't get past. And the rant from Kelly insists that he didn't need his patrons' money. Between his arranged business partner and disrespect customers, we may soon find out how true this statement is. And that is the end of this article. I will put this in the description. Let me see if I can stop this. Sad. I think, in my view, why this article came out a few days ago is because of the attention he brought on social media with that rant. And it might cost him. I'm not saying it won't, but as you know, if your clientele is women, and like always, I'm not sure who is Mr. Bowie, and they're trying to keep a base, an audience base. He felt it was a business move to, I guess, protect himself by putting this out. But like I said, if that was not a black man, which I don't know if he is or not, I can't really say, then it tells you how they're gonna save their own ass. But nonetheless, let me down here. What's good, God of War?
What's up?
That's good. That's good. That's good. I'm not sure if you caught that article. I found it on another media. Surprisingly, after that video went viral, this came out days ago. It looked like some people are trying to save their ass, bro. And try to say, put me near this dude. He was alleged doing this, that. It shows you how there is no honor at all. Just to save your own ass, you gonna put another brother under the bus?
Of course, because this is the problem. The black men not holding the purse strings or the wallet of the community.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody ever sees anything wrong. A bunch of bitches twerking in a restaurant like you lost your goddamn mind.
Mm-hmm.
and here's the problem. Let's face it. Too many of the modern black women have no shame.
Yeah.
It's all about you. It's all about what you want. It's all about, hey, I'm gonna do this. I mean, it was like a year or two ago. You had a grown fat ass woman at her son's graduation twerking.
Yeah, I was able to see that. I mean, that's not a good look.
You got to remember, this is the modern black woman. She's a selfish creature. She's a real selfish. You can't even take time away from yourself to make your son look like a buffoon. Let's take black men out the equation. How many of them embarrass their children?
I can't even count now, bro. It's I see it too much for social media.
How many of them embarrass their damn children? And then you get upset when black men say, look, y'all need to sit your asses down. I think he being rude. No, it's no different than I go to a group of teenage boys and they making noise. And I'm like, yo, that's uncalled for. Cut that shit out. Especially if I'm constantly telling you this shit. Y'all don't want black men to be the leaders. Y'all just want them to be silent pit bulls. You're in a man's business, but yet let it be a bunch of guys drunk, cussing and carrying on, trying to fight everybody. First thing they're gonna do, they're gonna call the police. I could twerk any way I want. No, you can't.
You
Y'all
can't.
don't act like this in front of that white man's job, do you?
No. Oh no, not Mr. Charlie. Oh no, you better not do that.
But then y'all supposed to be so educated. Y'all supposed to be all this. I had a friend of mine today asked me about, oh, you taking advice from Kevin Samuels? I choose to or don't choose to. I said, look, number one, I'm hoping because I shared it on my community tab. I'm hoping there's plenty more people coming to listen. I'm going to tell you the same shit I told him. Well, I'm not in shape. I should tell women to be in shape. Yes, you should. You know
Yes,
why?
you could. Of course you could.
Because beauty is more predicated on women. A lot of you talk about, I can't find a man on my level. What is your level? Tell me what your level is. Oh, you can't tell me about buying a house. I said, because you don't own a house. I said, here's my question. A lot of people who are wealthy don't buy shit. They rent or they lease. If you actually want to look at economics too, it's not a buyer's market yet. Yeah. I said, then on top of that, do you have a VA loan? No, I do. See, when I go for a house, I'm backed by the fucking federal government. You're not. I said, but if you want to try to low blow me, let's look at this. I didn't need a female to move to my own house. You never lived by yourself without a female.
Exactly.
What the hell can she tell me? I said, if you look at it right now in America, there's people trying to get the fuck out of housing because it's so bad.
Yeah.
And here it is. Well, our homeboy, he the only person who could tell me. I said, yeah, but he can't afford that house without his wife. So is he truly the man of the house? And it goes back to show you that I kind of look down upon the modern black man as well, because a lot of the modern black man is scared as hell of his woman. I said, you can't even check your woman and say you fucking wrong.
Oh no, they can't do that.
Well,
it's like confronting their mama.
well, you got to compromise. So I ain't got to compromise shit. See, the problem with the black man is that when you have a standard and when you say the word no, that's when black women say you ain't shit. That's why you have chicken heads out there like a Cynthia G talking about there's no different. How the fuck are you telling me about a high tier man when you didn't even get pregnant by one? You're in the same fucking rut. You're in the same fucking rut you were years ago. There's no growth. Well, you want some pro-black shit. The white people told you to shut the fuck up, and now you want to attack black men because one, it's profitable, and two, you could actually get away with it.
Hey, that's what it is. That's what it boils down to, you know. It's easy.
What up, y'all? What up?
How you doing, Mr. Z? Welcome to Chaos Marine Channel. First time here. Appreciate it, brother. Yes.
Definitely, no doubt.
Yes. And spread the word, people. Yeah.
Like, share, subscribe, people. This is Chaos's channel.
Yeah. Unfortunately. One thing I will say this to the title, and I was gonna play it. I say, that's gonna hold too much time. I just sit there, have to dissect, and I don't have time for that. Is this when I talk about there's no six-figure person? Who y'all know who said this? It makes me okay. There's no six-figure person. Then that justifies you dealing with men that's not even being productive at all. That's giving an excuse to go, unfortunately, fucking suck. Maybe get knocked up, then come up and complain back to this community. And I think that's insane. And to most black men, that they don't think that. Hey, Mr. Z, I hear feedback. Please mute the YouTube.
You said you can hear my feedback? That's weird. My phone was on mute.
I hear the YouTube. All right, let's go. Yeah.
Okay.
So I'm looking at this. Okay, so now you draw all lines that these men don't exist at all. So really, my biggest question, what purpose now you deal with black men?
Available
All right.
dicks.
Nothing. Yeah. Because now if they don't got it, that means somebody else has it. So me as a man say, okay, so why have you not this other group of men just take you up and we call it a day? The answer is simple because they're not checking, they're not wasting time, and it sure is not part of resource like that to the pool of people in our community, which we're almost 50 million strong, half, mostly more women than men. They're not size say, I'm just going to take on these set of women. You know? Yeah, they'll get what they want because they know say you're going to take them for a little less. Look at the Gabby Sibbay thing. A lot of women double down on that. I look at it and say, well, that's doubling down because if you're a woman and you're still in a journey of looking, of being the best person yourself, looks and weight, you still have a long way to go. But if this is the best you can get, that's the best you get. But I don't want to hear no excuse that, well, no, this man is different from the other men that have put in the work. And there are men that are millionaires and more of a net worth than Gabby. I mean, she could have got these men. Why? Because it shows that she does not meet the criteria for a man to really take her in. Now I don't know her background history, but to be in the business for over 11 years and at the wall stage, this is probably the only person that you could probably take.
Chaos. Let's look at the obvious shit. Let's stop dancing around it. Does she have an attractive face?
No, she don't.
Does she have an attractive body?
Nope. Still a work in progress.
So let's face it. See, I've gotten out the way of sparing people's feelings. I like to tell them the truth. She got with this white guy because the white guy is one of them cucks. 2, he's a strategist. I'm going to get her pregnant, and I'm going to take her for child support. Oh, don't believe me? Ask Holly Berry.
Yeah, oh yeah.
You had Eric Benet. You had Eric Benet and David fucking Justice. But notice, you can't keep a man. And then on top of that, all these handsome movie star, TV star black men want nothing to do with you. The men who are 6 figures or 7 figures want nothing to do with you. You're too damn lazy to even invest in yourself. You're in the land of make-believe and liposuction. When she put up that ring with them sausages ass fingers, I was disgusted.
Not sausages.
I was disgusted. I was like, look, you're trying to show off the CC. I can get a man. When it's funny, I don't make the money she does, and I could get a way better woman than she does. She would trade in every dollar she make to look like any of the women I've dealt with. And this is what black women are known for being mammies. That's shameful.
Actually, we go deeper. It's not just the mammoths. They're known to be what we call a concubine. Right now, as I see
Number one, she's no bloody goddamn concubine. A concubine is somebody that's actually half attractive. Let's stop the bullshit. You're right. She's looking for something to validate. See, men look for marriage to benefit them in their life. She's looking for marriage to validate her living. I make all this money. Why can't I get this woman? It's no different than a brother who's talking about Pookie and Ray Ray. I said, do you really want to live that Pookie and Ray Ray life? Well, these girls love the Pookie and Ray Ray. I said, why don't you actually become a detective and actually learn why? They're not taught to. Black women are not taught to deal with strong men. No. As much as you'll listen to the lie I want a man to be the leader. I want him to be strong. No, you do not.
Mm-hmm.
Because you don't see abundance of them getting pregnant by them. You don't see abundance of them dating them. Because guess what? If you're going to deal with a strong man, he's going to have standards.
Mm-hmm.
Like, Charles, why aren't you married yet? I could be married till I'm 40, 50, 60 years old.
Yeah.
What does that got to do with shit?
Mm-hmm.
That's going to benefit you more than me. But go ahead, Chaos.
One thing, and I'm glad that you corrected me, is this, that, you know, and I don't really call most black women mammy unless they really fit that criteria role in my view. But to show this and a lot of black women give them somewhat praise and then doubling down is really telling, you know, to the point that even as a man, it's hard for me to take them really seriously because there is a certain benchmark you put towards the men in this community besides other men. And if it's not even equal at all, then to me, when a man looks at you and hear you talk, we're gonna look at it as bullshit. You know? Kevin Samuels, as you see up here, which I'm gonna play, because people know this has been circling, that he was dead honest. And I showed and told this to a few of my friends. And they never find nothing really harsh besides he told it that the F out here and then come off my panel. That's the only thing. But regardless, the whole conversation, he was very cultural with this woman. Which right now, we're gonna party here for ourselves. And I know y'all heard this enough, but like I said, this is teaching. It's a learning moment.
Figure out is what I'm realizing.
And ma'am, and that's my point. You ladies all feel like, listen, you ladies all feel like you're the exception to the rule. And then when someone like myself comes along and gives you a dose of reality, instead of just accepting it, it's like, yeah, but I'm special. You don't know any men on this level that are not your father, that aren't related to you. That means you don't know this. You don't know where to go get them. You don't know what they want. But you're still saying, pick me. They don't want mid-30-year-old baby mamas.
And I'm gonna pause for a second. This is what happens when a lot of women don't understand. You have to study and learn no men. When the women that come on Kevin's stream, he's trying to give you just an in-depth of the men that you're asking for and tell you these are things that you should already know by before 25. And the older you are, you're regressing. You feel because you go to school, you party out, having hot girl summers, all this, which is fine. Now when you're ready to settle down and you're hoping that a man's gonna drop in your lap, where the men at? Because it's evident that the higher the man goes in status, either in wealth, money, resource, and stuff, he's going to tend to find, depending if he's not married before 35, he's going to mostly get a woman that's mostly on the average 10 years younger or 13, depending on which woman he picks. And he does this now for the legacy part of things. Oh, I see Jay Shine. How you doing, Jay Shine? The link's in the chat if you want to come up. This is all legacy. So from what he's telling these women night in and night out, that now the only reason why he's being talked about now is because the way how he had to really tell the average woman today, because the average birth age of Americans is 27. It's 26.9. And if your woman don't got children before that and you're over the 30-year range and you look for a mate, the window gets harder. It's not saying it's possible, it gets harder, especially if you're not doing what you should be doing just to attract the man you're looking for. So I'm gonna let the panel speak on this.
Let's tell the truth, okay? Only in the black community where dudes will still say this girl is a 5. If you went to any other community, they would have said she's ugly.
Yeah.
Especially when you look at her with that fake ass hair and that large ass alienation head. Look at how they title it.
Somebody said she looked like the alien off of American Dad.
Yeah, she looked like Roger. I thought it was Roger and Drag again.
Oh, yeah.
Let's think about it. Well, you're gonna die alone. Notice this is the only thing they picked up from the whole conversation. She's unrealistic.
Mm-hmm.
It's gotten to the point where a lot of these chicks who are either damn near one step away from being deformed, or 3 steps past from being not allowed to get on a ride because they're a fucking weight risk, who really think they're gonna get. He even told her, "You're average at best. Get an average guy." Well, these guys, they want the money. He even told her, "You don't even know where to meet these guys."
Well, let me start from afar and then come into the subject. So it's gonna sound like I went off into outer space, but I'm really still on subject. I
Mm-hmm.
don't know if we as human beings are built for this level and this amount of rejection. What I mean is when we were developing in the plains of Africa, you maybe got rejected by one, maybe two women, two men your entire life, right? Because your life was short. But we were little communal, we were little tribes. Now that we live in these major metropolitan cities, you're getting rejected through the internet, in person, on a daily. For men, it's on a daily, maybe weekly basis, maybe monthly basis. But for women, even them, they're getting rejected, but not as overtly, because in their mind they know what type of men they can't get, and it's driving them crazy. So the reason why I think we got such a backlash from what Kevin Samuels told her, and he didn't even have to tell her you're gonna die alone. Just him alone calling her average. We have to think about how women register average. Every woman think that she's the super baddest chick, or she lies to herself and say that. So when you get Kevin Samuels saying, okay, so you said you're a 5 without makeup, you're a 6 with makeup. Ma'am, that's average. The way that registers in women's minds is, oh, so you're consigning me to be alone for the rest of my life. You're consigning me to the bottom, right? So it didn't matter if he said at the end, you're gonna die alone. The fact that he said average, especially post 1989, 1988, we have this problem with the word average, right? Most of us find it very abrasive to call, especially to tell a woman she's average. It's insulting. That there's something wrong with average. Now, most of the men in the manosphere, whether white or black, are average, right? We're average. Everybody's talking this six-figure shit. Once again, like Kevin Samuels shows all the time, that's a 10% thing, right? And then once you start getting into the 250s and the 300s a year, you're working off of 5%, 4% of people, right? So him telling her that, and a bunch of women hearing that, that's why we in the black manosphere are getting this pushback, because the way they registered average, and the way they picked his tone of voice, and I'm telling her, you get the fuck out of here, and blah blah blah.
Mm-hmm.
They're using those as excuses, but really what their issue is that he called her average, right? And you'll see it in certain women's comments where, why, oh, she has a low self-esteem, why didn't she say she was a 9 and then a 10 with makeup? Well, she knows what she looks like in the mirror, and she's not lying to herself, right?
You know, it's
So
funny.
I'll pause right there.
My friends had a conversation about that earlier. Well, that's low self-esteem. No, that's called reality.
That's reality. Yeah.
You know what? Okay. That's the equivalent of me knowing, yeah, I got a bronze medal in Germany, but it's not the Olympic gold medal. Oh, I never competed in the Olympics. There's levels to the shit. If it was 300, if Gabby Sidibe walked around and said, I'm an 8 or a 9, that's not high self-esteem. That's delusional. That's psychosis. Okay?
Yeah.
The chick is lucky to be a 4. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
See, but she doesn't realize she's confused like the average black female of sexual attention. Yeah, wow, let me hit versus relationship or marriage. You have a 13-year-old son. No man really wants to deal with your 13-year-old son.
And well, then, Charles, think about it like this, bro.
Mrs. E.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Let me check who this is.
Okay.
Hello? Mr. Star Pax. Open line. Who's this?
Yo, what's going on, y'all?
I'm good. Yes.
How you doing, Charles? Heard you got sick, man.
What's
Best,
up?
man.
Oh, thanks.
Yeah, I've been on your panel. I just wanted to ask a general question.
Mhm.
Do you guys view this Kevin Samuels video going viral as a victory or success or some sort of milestone for the Manosphere in general?
I'll answer that. I view this as, how's the best way to say it? It's actually drawing the line of all what I guess the comfort message that a lot of women have been hearing for over 30 years now. Because I don't watch World Star Hip Hop, but if I really look at their catalog of videos, I don't remember not one video of any man of any stature telling women what it is and being honest. He's the only dude right now on YouTube that's doing this. And it's getting very much being effective. Like Mr. Charles Farmer said, a best man is a very effective man, and he's very effective what he's doing. So that's my answer.
I'll say this. It's not only a victory. It's pretty much an overwhelming landslide victory. The average woman you'll see in this earth, 4, 5, 6s. She's a 4. She knows she's a 4. Is she really, when you look at her, when she comes up on the screen, does she look like she's trying to attract men? Or she's trying to say, or she's trying to get the admiration of women?
Oh, that's a good question. That's a good way to look at it.
Because when you boil down to it, in the black community, our women don't dress to attract us.
They're dressed to compete against other women.
They're trying to actually convince us of their stupidity. Who the fuck, what man in his right mind think having a weave in your head or a wig, looking like the Infinity Gauntlet, is sexy?
Rasta.
But yet, this is the men's fault too, because you keep fucking them. Instead of saying, look, here goes the thirsty nigga. Hey, if I want to have a friend who's 300 pounds, stop validating this shit. And then what happens is, because they've been dealing with low tier tomato cans, just like a boxer and MMA fighter, who for 20 fights he beat nothing but tomato cans, and he thinks he should be the #1 guy in the world, but he never cracked the top 15. As soon as he gets his title shot and he gets destroyed by the champion, well, this is rigged. How is it rigged? You were never competitive. I'm sorry. My friends look at me. Well, what about the woman that you dated that was 40? One, well, she had kids by one man because she was married. 2, I can tell you why I don't want to date 40-year-olds. For dating 40-year-olds.
I got experience in this shit, nigga.
Why would I want to deal with somebody set in their ways? And then, by the way, not to throw my friends under the bus, if you compare it to the 2, maybe 3 women who were 40 plus that I dated, compared to the women they dated, you couldn't tell they were in their 40s.
Yeah, I definitely couldn't tell.
You could tell their women are in their 40s. But here's the problem. I don't want to deal with that shit because that shit is not conducive. Number one, it's like a Goldilocks zone dating women with children. You don't want to date them so young because there's still a sexual attachment to the father. You don't want to date them so old where you tell them, hey, lights out. You ain't my father, but I'm paying the bills. Get out of here. That's why dating single mothers, if you're a single mother, you leave the father, you need to just excommunicate yourself from dating altogether. Sorry, just excommunicate yourself. Unless you can make it work with that guy again, say fuck it, focus on your child. Here's another thing. You don't even focus on your body or your communicational skills. Why would you get pregnant? You have literally 9 to 10 months adoption, 4 months, abortion.
Mhm.
You have 33 different levels of contraceptives,
Mhm.
but yet you know that you're going to catch hell. That's the fucking pure arrogance. But I'm gonna let you get back to your show, man.
All right, cool. Did I answer the? Oh wait, Mr. Z, have you answered his question?
No,
He's
okay,
back.
so I do think that this is going to change a lot of the conversation in the manosphere, and there's a couple of reasons for that, right? So women are now in the space, right, where they're starting to feel the sting of that judgment that the media and that a lot of society barred them from feeling over the 80s and the 90s, right? They're
Mhm.
starting to feel men's judgment, and they're getting a peek into the conversations in the barbershops. And what you're seeing is them not being able to necessarily handle that shit and coming up with different ideas about how we should view them. And I'm a firm believer of I can't tell you what you should like about me or value about me, right? I can only tell you what the landscape is and what is, but I can't tell you what you should like about me or whether you should like me at all, right? So what a lot of women are finding is that they're coming to the table with certain things, and men are like, yeah, that's cool. Your six figures is cool. I don't even make half of what you make. But guess what? I still, you're not my type. I'm still not interested. And that's breaking women because their parents, especially their moms, lied to them about going to school and getting an education and everything would be okay. No, you're going to go to school and get an education, and that's going to be great for your academic life. That's going to be great for your career, but it's not going to really mean much for your love life unless you meet your spouse in those spaces. Now, if you met your spouse in those spaces, then that's great. But if you don't, then you're out here in the wilderness with everybody else. And that's why you see certain women like this young lady going on to Kevin Samuel's show seeking advice. So it is going to change the landscape. I don't know if it's going to change it immediately for the better, but it is going to change it for the better in my mind in the long run because it's putting women in a space to be like, y'all really want to see the ugly truth? This is if you want a six-figure, high-value man, it doesn't matter what you're bringing financially to the table. Like this young lady has her own business. She makes six figures from that business, and that's cool. She's not the most hideous woman on the planet, but I live in South Florida. Her. Let's say she's bringing in 150. That's really good money in Miami, but it's not what it is in North Carolina. In Carolina, she's eating with that. In Miami,
Yeah.
that's all
Mhm.
right. That's good, you know. So
Mhm.
I'll end it right there.
All right.
Uh,
So like always, oh, and I have Jay Shine up here. So let me bring him up. What's good, Jay Shine? Welcome to Chaos Rain channel. I'm not sure it's the first time you're on my channel, Jay Shine, but welcome. Oh, is it working? All right. I give him a few minutes.
I'm sorry,
I mean,
I forgot
can
to unmute. This is my inaugural.
Okay.
What's going on, Chaos? What's up,
What's
Charles?
good?
What's up, family? What's up, brothers?
what's
How you
up,
Hey,
doing,
what's
brother?
going
Jay
on? What's going
Shine?
on, bro?
Just getting over this COVID shit.
Oh, you caught that shit?
Yep,
Mhm.
unfortunately, caught it like a New Orleans whore catching everything else.
Oh shit, man. I'll tell. I'll
What
tell.
happened?
I wanted to address something too before Jay Shine starts speaking. I wanted to address something that Charles was saying about Gabby Sidibe. Brother, the reason
Ugh.
why a lot of sisters were celebrating Gabby Sidibe, and we know this, I'm stating the obvious, but I want to state it anyway. They celebrated Gabby Sidibe being with the white dudes because many of them look like Gabby Sidibe, right? Or they feel like what they think Gabby
Hey, hey,
Sidibe
hey.
feels like, right? So when she gets picked up, especially by a white man in this society, it gives them hope. And one of the things that you really saw with a couple of situations, you saw with that young man that graduated law school and he said, "I'm the prize." You saw that with Serena getting
Yeah.
married. You saw that with Gabby being engaged, and you see that now is that a lot of the pushback that we get in the Black manosphere is coming from women feeling like we're killing their hope, right? We're killing their hope by showing them that this is what's out here, right? This is the marriage situation. This is the dating situation. This is what's going on in the world. And they're like, fuck. And I've had it said to me blatantly, fuck your facts, right? So in other words, screw whatever history is, or whatever facts are, whatever statistics are out there, that kills my hope. I want to have the hope that I can be this 35-year-old woman with a 13-year-old, and it doesn't matter what my situation is, but I can get me a $250,000 a year guy, right? So that's what the Gabby Sidibe celebration was about. And not only that, oh yeah, the Lonnie Love situation also. It's I want to be this sister that's in my fucking 50s now, right? Overweight, loud, obnoxious, um, and still be able to find love, right? And if it's from the hands of a white man, so be it, right? But nobody tell you that, hey, Lonnie Love don't. From my understanding, she don't have no kids, right? And
Well,
she's in
hold
her
up,
50s.
structure. She don't have a high earning white boy neither.
See what I'm saying? So there you go. I'm done.
But I'll say it's trying to time in. It goes back to the fact you've been hearing this, Jay Shine. Men are gonna do what they do regardless. But when they talk about, that this is, win or regardless if the men that they pick that not part of this community and the celebrities that they are pushing as the figure, and you look at the in depth what these dudes really make, because this is what it boils down to. As a woman, especially in Hollywood, you have to be dating up, marrying up, at least. Anything less than that is really a failure and it's lower beneath you. And for the women to feel say that these women got a mate that said they get commitment, and I was like, you could have probably got that with the brother community. But the problem is you had to compete to get that. You had to find them, compete, and that's that. But like I said, competition doesn't reign and register to our sisters enough.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's not even competition; it's reality. Just to talk on the swirling thing for a minute. I work in government, but I also work. I was in the military. I'm around the military. This is where you will see a lot of race mixing on the edges.
Okay.
So you'll see white boys pick up sisters for three reasons. One, they're lonely, all right, and they're not doing that well in their own group, right? The white girls ain't, knocking down their door like that. See, in American culture, it's not just black women. In American culture, hypergamy has exploded. So everybody's looking, for that guy. So in white society, Big Dick Bragg is fucking all the bitches, just like Pookie and Ray Ray is fucking all the bitches in the black community. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
That's what's happening. So when a white guy who's a working class white guy sees a chick that's earning money, now he got somebody he could be a companion with. That's one. Two, based on how much it costs, you're a working class white guy. It's not a rich white guy. We're talking working class white men. They're looking at another potential income earner, and she's making good income. This is a sister making middle class income in government or in the military. She's an E6, or even she could be a captain. You feel me? And then three, there's this swirling wave. Everybody knows what's going on in the black community. I agree with Cluster B when she says this. Actually, that was behind the scenes conversation. My bad. But
Jay Shine, could I pause you for 1 second and ask you a question on that? Do the white boys know about the swirling shit and that black women are running from us to get to them? No, but I mean, like, how are they taking that in then? How are they? They
are doing. White boys have had a long history of exploiting women all over the world. In any condition, whether it's due because they're poor, or it's because they see you as a meal ticket or a green card, whatever. You know what I mean? So white boys are used to it. Yeah. White boys are used to that. Around the world, white boys, it's not just black men over here dating in Europe. Most of the women who are dating Americans in Europe, most of the European women who are dating Americans are dating American white men. Okay? Everybody's trying to get with the American man, and there's levels to that shit, all right? And the white man's on top. Okay, so all around the world, there's Asian women, Pacific, Islanders, whatever, trying to get back to the mainland through a white boy. If you're in Colombia, you're going to see a lot of those top-notch Colombian women with white boys. I know 4 white boys that I worked with in DC who got Colombian wives, but I digress. The point I'm trying to make is, the third thing they see when they see a black woman, they see the earning potential, they see the companionship, and then they see somebody who's going to be massively cooperative, because black women are throwing themselves at white men.
Oh,
right?
yeah.
Socially. All right, socially. They got this swirling shit. Scandal was a huge loss for our culture, not just for black women. That hurt us too, brothers. And I'm going to tell you why later. It hurt us indirectly, all right? Because when you have your woman is out there disrespecting you on that level, that makes you look a certain way to the world. You understand me? Asian men are hard on their women. Middle Eastern men will put a fucking sandal on a bitch's face in a minute. You understand me? But they will never disrespect their men socially like our women do. You see what I'm saying? So you got to keep that in mind. So put that in your back pocket. I'm cooking a cake. Watch this. So the white man sees three things in a sister. He sees companionship because he's lonely where he's at. Right? He's all scruffy looking. He don't got to shave his back. He ain't got to do nothing. And he ain't got to. He ain't even using a washcloth. Man, didn't fucking. You got the greatest champion of all time, the greatest tennis player of all time, married a man who wasn't using a washcloth. You understand me? So we talking about leveling up.
Jay Shine, not the best sports star in history, bro.
The greatest
in history.
In history. You know what I mean? It's laying up with a man who's not using a washcloth. And that's a real thing too. I'm in Europe. When my daughter was going through hotel to hotel, when we first moved over here, right? So you get over here, they put you on temporary, allowance so you can live, stay in hotels until you find permanent housing, right? So now I live in a penthouse now, so I found a permanent place to live. But before we moved in here, me and my daughter was bouncing from hotel to hotel. And we stayed in like 4 or 5 hotels, dog. None of them had washcloths in them.
You had to ask for it.
We had to ask for it. There's no asking for them. They don't have them in the building, dog. We had to go.
Wow.
We had to go to the commissary on post, not the commissary, excuse me, the PX on post, and buy some.
Wow.
Because my stuff is being shipped over. Now we have our suitcases and shit, but I ain't think to pack no goddamn washcloths. So this is real. This is not something that's being made up. It's not some trope that's being thrown out there on Europeans or white people. It's real. And if you ask any sister who's actually dated a white guy, you know what I mean, they will tell you the same thing. You know what I mean? So this is a real thing. So the greatest tennis player of all time. That's why I keep that in your mind. I want that to etch that in stone, y'all. Was fucking and sucking a dude that don't use a washcloth.
But Jay Shine,
she's the most popular.
Hey, real quick before we get too far.
Let me say this. Hold on. Let me say this. You know what I'm talking about, Jay Shine. I remember a particular content that the European man was much cleaner than his woman. And I'm thinking, how you could be cleaner than his woman, and who you think the byproduct came out of the womb out of? That doesn't even have a history of not cleaning at all for the last 300 years. Even now, the washcloth thing, I should not be surprised because you don't have a history of cleaning and washing your ass.
Well, look, you come over here to Germany, go stay at the Dorient. The Dorient, I retract the statement. I said I had made a false statement. There was one hotel that had a washcloth. It was Dorient. Other 5 had no washcloths. All right, they were just straight towels, bath towels. That's all they gave you. You understand me? And you had to figure it out. You know what I mean? And you know what I'm saying? So me and my daughter had to go to the American military base to go to PX to buy a washcloth. That's a real thing. So if hotels don't provide it over you, then you know what time it is. All right? They're supposed to be hosting guests. They're supposed to be hosting people from all over the world. But it is what it is when you come here. We don't do washcloths. So, all I want to say is this on this dating shit, you know what I mean, with the sisters. Because I really want to circle back to the Kevin Samuels thing. I'm telling you my experience from what I see. And I know sisters too. And I talk to them every now and then. I don't be coming at them with no malice, no hate. I'm professional. We work together. It's all good. We can talk. They're still my sister. You know what I mean? And we talk. And then, I get the real from them. And then you get close to the situation, these chicks be still circling back in fucking Big Dick Jamal. They be cheating. So it's a lot of fuckery going on with that shit, man. That it's not clean as these swirlers trying to sell.
Jay Sean, I'm so happy you said that. I said that one time. I don't know. It probably was BGS panel way long ago, and I said you'll be surprised how many sisters are married to a white dude still cheating on him with the black dude.
Yeah, you'll be surprised. Relationships all together.
Yeah, it's crazy, and I've seen this with my own eyes. Matter of fact, there was a chick that had a kid at the same daycare center as my daughter in Woodbridge, Virginia. So I'm picking up my daughter, and I would see her from time to time. Real cute sister too. And one day she pulled over the white dude. He was in a little Maxima. He ain't had nothing. I had a Dodge Charger. His shit wasn't better than mine. Come to find out, I ran into him on Belleville. I actually made more money than him. So she didn't go up. Same thing with Station Dash, but. Then one day I catch her with my homie, one of my biker boys. And then he put me up on game and he's talking about how he's smashing her. And she's like, and they ran into each other and it was weird because I was like, why was it so awkward between those two at the daycare center? Because he had a kid there too. You know what I mean?
Wow.
So I'm like, this is shit that be happening and I just be catching stuff going on. So look, it's not all clean. It's not all high, high and dandy with that swirling shit. And look at Stacey Dash situation. I did a live stream on my channel where I showed where she got arrested at, the apartment she was arrested in. The apartment that I lived in before I bought my house is the same level. I was spending more money staying in my apartment in Virginia than she was staying. They was living down in Florida. You understand me? Same amenities, same everything. Pool, the gyms, everything. The nice little room, the little fucking luxury, high-end apartment. But daughter had her own room and bathroom. I had my own room and bathroom. That kind of living. And I'm doing it as a single fucking dad. So I'm trying to figure out where's the leveling up.
They're trying to do it instead of themselves.
I'm gonna just say this. When you really think about it, I've never seen a black woman level up marrying a white guy.
I never seen it either. But this their excuse, brother. That it says man has white skin is status. That I'm first of all level up. We as men, we know real actual level up. You get me? This talk about because of the skin, all this. That sounds good. That sounds like that's something for the birds. That's like a Christmas story or a Disney story, whatever you want to call that crap. But in the real world, if it's not somebody that is super leveling up, that's doing way better, then obviously you're dating double down. You get me? And let me tell you, the actual Caucasian men, they choose their own, the ones that really got the resource, and they're sure not gonna be this fortunate to know non-white woman like that.
Before we get too far off, I wanted to answer my own question actually. I agree with Charles. I think that Kevin Samuels becoming viral like this is a huge landslide victory, because it's kind of like what happened when CNN or was it BBC over in UK tried to do a documentary on MGTOW.
Yeah,
that shit blew up instead of shaming men like they thought it was gonna do. This is pretty much the exact same thing. And you saw yesterday, Mr. Charles, you had a record-breaking viewer count, right?
Yes.
Oh yeah.
He has like over 2K now.
Same thing with Roger Report. He had almost 4K views, but last time I checked on his broadcast before this most recent one he did today. So we're bringing new people in, and that's just the trickle down effect of what Kevin's doing. So I mean, he's kind of the flag bearer now. You know what I'm saying?
It's a good time to eat.
It
I'll
is.
tell you that much.
Shout out to Chaos. Chaos said it.
It's a good time to eat. And I'm gonna tell you what, before we roll that beautiful Bing footage, I love it. I love it because I've told many chicks, well, you work in the military, you work in the police department, and chicks try to snuff you. I had to tell one chick, I said, look, you're 25, 27 with a 5-year-old. Not holding anything against you, but I shouldn't be dating 40-year-olds that can compete with you physically. I shouldn't be dating women that you can't even guess her age. I said, I'm glad you lost your weight, but at the same time, if you think that I'm beneath you, one, I work in the department longer than you, so I make literally $20,000 more than you. I'm in better shape than any dude you ever mess with. I'm in better shape than you. Hell, I'm in better shape than her probably when I was on COVID. Still going through it. The point is this. You took the veil away, and now you get to see what the Wizard of Oz truly looks like.
And it ain't pretty.
That's one of the biggest taboos.
I love it because now all the little things, like people looked at the whole election shit. It showed you that black men and black women are diametrically opposed in everything. Those are not your women. They're sisters, but they're not your women.
Yeah, we didn't raise them. Yeah, they're not socialized by us. Yeah, they built and socialized by another group of people. And we got to when we talk about social science and social engineering, you got to think about that because we do it when we talk about Pookie and Ray Ray, we talk about the ghetto culture, right? We talk about how that's been engineered and caused, and a lot of people say it's caused by the environment. There's a big debate amongst the men. It's caused by the environment, or is it caused by the black women? You know what I mean? Either way you look at it, there's a cause and effect, right?
Yeah.
So if your girl is growing up watching Degrassi and Disney Channel all day and all these white movies, and Brad is grabbing, Becky by the back of the hair and he loves her, and she's like, oh, what I mean? She's being programmed. That's why Eve is transferable to a white dude in England. You know what I mean? She can be with that.
But
Because she
the
grew up
Eve
watching
example.
Yeah. And you
You
like
could go from hood niggas in Philly. You could go from hood niggas in Philly to hood niggas in New York with Rough Riders and shit like that to a British white dude who has
but
money.
It makes sense. It makes sense. It's the pattern of American culture. We got to look. We can't get away from how we became who we are. All right. And if you go back to the plantation, it's no different. All right. You got the remember Django, that Sheba character, when he walked up there and she cut her eyes at him.
Yeah, the black girl. Yep.
You see what I'm saying? That's part of our culture, dog. That's part of us. You see what I'm saying? You are not looked at as the top male by your own women. That's been cultured in us. You understand me? And that's why I push for black economics and saying brothers gotta get on our shit and change the environment. I'm not talking about being nice. I'm talking about being revolutionary with the shit. Create our own environment where we control things, because that's the only way our situation changes.
Yeah.
Period. You know what I mean?
You can only punish through economics.
Yeah. You just like power is what? What is power? Charles, it's reward and it's punishment and reward.
Punishment and reward. Can I dictate reality through my words to your life?
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Yep. So when you talk about economics, right, and economics has a lot to do with what you saw on Kevin Samuel's show, but it's delusional. Because, as a matter of fact, can you do me a favor? Can you do me a good service? I just want to show you guys something. I got something on my screen. Can I share my screen with you, Chaos?
Oh, I gotta turn this off. Let me stop this. Let me see.
There's no audio on mine. I just got a visual.
All right, let me see if I remember. Add stream. Is this the one?
All right, so I'm sharing.
Is this my own? Oh no, I see. Let me remove this. Let me see.
Okay, I wasn't sharing yet. There it is.
All right. Hold on, let me see.
But Jay Sean, when you get a chance, go more in depth about some of the relationship dynamic that you see with some of the white boys and the sisters, because I find that type of situation fascinating. Them knowing that the black girls.
I see it in real life, man. I pull up a chair. I don't turn my nose at it. I'll be like, oh shit. So she was zaddy. Hold on, let me see how this works. You know what I mean? I'd be infatuated. I mean, not infatuated. I'd be enamored.
Yeah, because it's interesting to see like black women.
And then I'm so cool with sisters, right? So I'm like, I'm cool with sisters still. So I got, I talk to women. You know what I mean? So I'll go to.
You get the inside info.
Yeah, I'll just talk to her like a regular dude, man. No pressure, no judgment. And then she's like, oh, cool, he ain't judging me. And she just being whatever. And then some of them are militant about it and assholes about it. Yeah, I'm with a white boy. So what? You know what I mean? So you got that too. But I don't take it personal because it's business for me. I just want the information. You know what I mean? So I don't take it personal. You're not dissing me. I'm good. I just want to know what the fuck. I just want to get the scoop. You know what I mean? Yeah. So when we talk about this sister talking about she's a 5. She classified herself as a 5. But she wants a high earning man. This is what we earning as black men now. Black people. All right.
I've seen this chart. I saw this chart as recently as last week. Go ahead.
Yeah, I always talk about getting to the purple. I'm talking about getting to the class, right? So when I talk about getting to the purple, this is what I'm talking about. And I only talk about what I talk about. I'm not going to sit here and tell you niggas to get to the gold because Jay Sean ain't in the gold. I'm in the purple. You understand what I mean? So I know about how to get to the purple. Now, what's funny about that is this. Let me show you where I was in 2009. In 2009, I took a job. Let's go back in a year. I'm going to show you the pay scale in DC. I took a GS11 job, right? I was making $60,000 a year, right? And as a GS11 in 2009, when I decided to go government. I took a $27,000 a year pay cut just to go government because I was contracting before that, right? So what this sister's telling me and telling you guys and all you guys out there, you working class brothers out there, is that what she's really saying and what the sisters need to understand is that a woman like that is saying that she's too good for me, Jay Sean. And Jay Sean right now is in the purple. All right? Jay Sean's in the purple 12 years later. All right? One income, homes, doing what the fuck I want, moving around the world, all as a single dad. And I'm a single dad. So you can't keep single mama shit to me neither. You understand me? So putting all that aside, we cooking a cake right now. We're gonna bake this shit tonight. All right? We're gonna just do the numbers. She's saying anybody who's a GS12 that's right here, $73,000 a year. No, thank you. Any brother who's making $86,000 a year in 2009, no, thank you. Now, because we're getting more money now, let's go to 2020. This is going to be what's what we're going to be making. This is the pay scale in DC. It varies from areas in the country. So this is what the locality adjustment of 30% of what government workers make, right? So these are government workers. So now a GS11 is making 72,000 at step 1, right? If he has a higher step, if he's at step 9, he's making 91,000. But let's stay at step 1. And if a GS12 is only 86,000. So basically for her, you have to be a GS13 for her. Anybody else below that is not for her. Now she's telling you she's a 5, a 6 made up. But all these bad bitches, you know what I mean? They don't have she's gonna move through all of that to get the few brothers who are at the top of the government scale, the corporate scale, and she deserves what's up there. Even though you got sisters out here who are 6s, 7s, 8s, 9s, who have no kids, who are a little younger than her. None of that shit matters. You know what I mean, none of that shit matters. All these options that we have, they don't exist. Because exactly, my delusion is what matters. You're not gonna tell me it's not possible.
I'm gonna tell you it's not possible. Because number one, when I look at her and she looks kind of almost deformed. And that's what I keep telling sisters, like, yo, stop wearing that weave.
Charles.
Stop wearing that weave.
Really, Charles, she's dissing other women. So say, for instance, Jay Sean right here is
inadvertently she is dissing other women.
You dissing other women. So what you're saying is that, and that's why you have this competition at the top, and why they fuel the cheating. They fuel dog culture. They fuel the men who are at the top of the food chain who wild out and have all these different women. You fuel that, sisters, because you're not being rational. You told me, he asked her a straight question. If you're average, you called yourself average. Why can't you just be what an average dude? She said, I can't fully submit to a guy that's average. That's crazy.
And here's my thing. You can't fully submit. Why?
Yeah.
And this is the reason why I say it's delusion.
Yeah.
Number
all those guys who are contractors, all those guys who are HVAC, all those guys who are plumbers, all those guys who are electricians, all those guys.
I'm nowhere near her level. I work blue collar. I work outside. Yep.
All these men who are essential workers who actually give you your lifestyle as a woman. You know what I mean? Last time I never seen a woman climb half a mile up in the sky on a cell tower to make sure the cell tower was working. I never seen it. All the essential workers, they don't deserve an average woman. That's what she's saying too.
Let me put it to you this way, right? Let me put this in perspective for everybody. 94% of your firefighters are men. 88% of your police officers, military personnel are men. 98% of your construction are men.
Yeah.
So you're telling me all the essential workers in the world are men. Here's another factoid. 75% of chefs are men. How the fuck did we beat you at something that you had a fucking 200,000 years step on us?
Right.
And then on top of that, you're telling me, I hate to use myself as an example, but what's a better example than yourself?
Right.
I look at women at the job, and they be like, scale of 1 to 10. Well, Charles, you're around a 7 or 8. Okay. And I had to ask the question, would you date me? Well, no. And I said, okay, that's cool. You know, you date who you want. So if I'm a 7 and 8, why do you date men that physically look worse than me? And then they get choked up. Yeah. You know, I make more money than them.
Right.
Well, like I tell you this one, women like her put their foot in their mouth.
Well, no, don't say women like her. That's the average sister, right?
No, women, that's average for you.
It's not just sisters. That's the average woman. That's why I understand. In American culture, but you're watching. Remember y'all watching Ant-Man? And this man tried to show up to his own baby's party. What are you doing here? You know what I mean? This is the world we live in. You know what I mean? That's America. That's not just Black America.
This is America.
America. Now, speaking of America, if you look at the screen, that's not Black America. That's America. That's everybody, right? So if you're making 6 figures, 100,000 a year, 150,000 a year, that's 15%, 15.5% of the population of the earners in the country. Then another 8.3 is 150 to 200,000, and 200,000 and above, that's 10%. So that's 200,000 to $1 billion.
Mhm.
All right, that's 10% of the goddamn country. All right, and now I want y'all to go online and Google this shit. There's a video right now on YouTube with Sylvester Stallone giving his input on Mike Tyson and what's my man's name?
Roy Jones.
Roy Jones fight. Right before the Roy Jones fight, somebody came and put a mic in his face and Sylvester Stallone's face and saying, "Who you think is going to win?" I want you to pay attention what's around him. Ain't number young things around Sylvester. Sylvester's like 60-something years old.
70.
He's probably 70. He's 70 now.
And he ain't got nothing but 20-something models around him. White dots around him. You understand me? I want you to look this shit up. Sylvester Stallone, Mike Tyson, and Roy Jones, and it'll come right up. I think it was TMZ. It might have been TMZ. It was one of those type of outlets that put it up. It's on YouTube. It's only like a 2-minute video, and then he's giving his opinion. He's talking, and he's getting in his flat ass car. And guess who's driving? One of the broads.
Of course. And by the way, that's the sexiest shit you could do is have a badass car and have a chick driving it with you in the passenger seat. Y'all need to do it. If y'all never did it before, y'all need to do it. I'm telling you, it's the best thing ever.
I'll tell you
So,
one
but
thing
she
about
thinks
that.
she can get him though.
I'll tell you what's crazy about that, right?
Yeah.
She's a 5 dolled up.
6. Don't lie on her. 6.
She's a 5.
Let her get that. Let her get that 6, bro. Let her get that 6. You gotta do it like that.
I'm gonna Hulk Hogan leg drop her, then put her to sharpshooter.
Give her the point, man. Damn.
Let her get the 6, bro. Let her get the 6.
Get a rock. Throw the towel. Throw the damn towel.
Like, I have gray hairs on my beard that look better than her. Okay.
She's a 5 after 5 drinks.
This is uncalled.
Man, that's why she's a 5. That's the number of drinks you need to look at that ugly bitch.
But this is one thing I want to say. I said, like, I sit here and laugh. I'm not even. This is the thing. The black women think that they're doing all this swirling stuff. They've picked up on that. My white friends have picked up on that too, and they said they like it because they just blowing through them. I mean, they say
white boys being blunt about it. They don't take
correct. What's a white right? They're being bold about it because they said, look. Think about it. If I'm a white man and we're looked at as better than you as black men, and the niggas don't want you, why the hell would I want you? I mean, I ain't gonna lie, because white men consider they're better than us. But they say if they don't want you, why would I?
But it's about respect. So take color out of it. As a
female, no, but I'm just I understand take color out of it, but I mean they just
if you don't respect your man, how are you gonna respect me? Yeah.
But I'm
as
saying,
a matter of fact, you want to look at
the race out of it. Just women and men dynamics. If you're a woman throwing yourself at men, they're not gonna respect the woman. You know what I mean? Period. They're not gonna respect you. You're throwing yourself at me. You know what I mean? You for the street. Matter of fact, let me see my boy can hit it too. That goes on with any man in the world.
Exactly. Like my man Hiruzen from fucking Naruto. The wise Hokage. When he did his hand signs and he folded his hands, you belong to the streets.
Yeah.
You belong to the streets. See, this is what they don't want to. This is funny. I've always told my wrestlers, I said, this is the reason why you need to be educated. Because the same whore the whole team digging out is going to be your boss 15 years from now. Because that's the way the world works in this country. That's the
society we're living in.
So you keep bowing down. That's why people always call me defiant. I said I've looked at women at work, and I'm like, how are you gonna expect somebody to marry you and you got more bodies than Arlington National Cemetery? And it's known. Like, you've been through districts. We only got 9 of them motherfuckers.
Damn.
You've been through 9 districts of niggas. You've been through specialized units. I mean, but yet you still think that you're honorable enough to be an honest woman.
But Charles,
that's the problem.
Kamala Harris done changed the game for them in their mind.
And that's the
we know her history, and she's VP. You see what I'm saying?
But here's the problem. That's rare.
Of course, we know that.
You're having average and less than average women who I mean, bitch, look like Nemesis off of fucking Resident Evil. thinking that she deserves.
But you gotta keep in mind. You gotta keep in mind, Charles. There's also been a cucking of the men socially.
Say that.
All right. You know what I mean? It's been a cucking of the men socially. I'm Borgin.
No, I can hear you. I can hear you. I can hear him.
Exactly.
Oh, okay. Now it's a cucking of the men. So, you know what I mean?
Yeah, you're Borgin a little bit.
Is it me or
no, I think it's StreamYards because they were doing that the other day. Like,
every time you get to the good part, it Borgs out.
Yeah.
I could hear all of you guys clear.
In StreamYard, sometimes it'll have like one person Borg in and out.
Word you said, and I know it was some good shit.
Yeah. Go ahead, Jay Sean.
Keep going.
Well, I was going to say there's a cucking of the men going on. When you have a society that has settled, and I'm going to be careful when I say this because because there's nothing we can do about it at this point. But when you're talking about marriage, right?
Yeah.
And there's no virgins left. You're not marrying virgins no more. You're marrying women who have a lot of mileage on. You're marrying women who probably had a checkered past, or you might know they checkered past. You know what I mean? And so they sitting there in front of your family in a white dress, in front of your mama and your grandmama, and kissing you after she didn't suck 50 dicks in her life. You see what I'm saying? That's cucking the men. That's cucking men. You know what I mean? You've been cucked. You know what I mean? This is real talk. Now, look, I'm not sitting here saying you go home and choke your girl. No, don't do that. Don't flip out. You know what I mean? I'm just talking about this is a reality you got to understand.
Pay another bitch to do it.
Yeah, look, Donovan Sharp had a porn star on his channel. He had this white dude who was a porn star. I can't remember his name.
I saw that.
And he was talking about how the porn star female actresses, after they do porn, they do for a few years, they end up getting married. We saw with Janet Jameson. You know what I mean? So there's been a population of men who.
At what age did you get married? Can you recall?
I can't recall off the top of my head. I don't follow her that much. I just know she did. But I just know there's a population of men who don't mind. You know what I mean? They don't care. You know what I mean? They just want their turn. Kim Kardashian is a whore, but when she's done with Kanye, there's going to be a line for her.
Yeah, of course.
And a line of well-to-do men too.
Yeah.
All right, because we've also internalized the fantasy. We fantasize these women when we see them on the screen. They become this object of us too as well, and we get enamored and we become fanboys. You know what I mean? I just want to touch it. I just want to touch it. I want to taste it. You know what I mean? And so there's something happening to us as well. You got to acknowledge that. So when I talk to young men, I always try to get their mind off the booty and get their mind on that moolah. You know what I mean?
I think that as you say, we will line up the fuckholes, but we ain't gonna respect them.
I don't know if that's the case anymore. I don't know if that's. I
agree with Dre. I agree with you, Dre. You know what I mean? That we won't respect them. The average person will. But I'm just saying there is a contingent of men, especially men older who are lonely too, who will. You know what I mean? And
it's a couple. There's always simps, but I ain't gonna lie, man. I watch my son, man. I didn't even know. Like I watch him. He treat women. I don't trust him worth shit. And I mean, I ain't gonna lie, man. I don't watch him burn through a couple, and I was just like, dude, man. I didn't even know he had the game like that. Because I ain't gonna lie, he's probably gonna burn through more than I ever did.
What was that guy that owned the Bunny Ranch?
Yeah.
Oh, Hugh Hefner. Oh, now Hugh Hefner.
The one that died.
I don't know. I don't know his name.
One of the coolest white boys ever. What's his name?
I
forgot his name. And he was dating one of his girls. You know what I'm saying? So he didn't care how many how many tricks she flipped. You know what I mean? So there's a culture of men that we've gotten nasty. You see it in gangbangs where dudes are following each other with no condom. It's just we've gotten nasty too. So there's a code of conduct amongst the men that needs to reflect what you see on the screen. You see what I'm saying? What I'm saying is this: men, you have the upper hand. The women are delusional. You have the upper hand. That's why I say get your shit together, get yourself in a position where you can call the shots, meaning that you own your crib, you control your crib, and you can tell the bitch to fuck out. If you on her couch, you don't call no shots.
Yeah, I ain't gonna lie. I don't even like to go to brawls' houses. No, you can come over here. That way, you get on my nerves. Get the fuck out.
Exactly. You know, niggas shit on her bed. You're right about that.
I mean, I hate to be that. I hate to be that way.
No. You don't hate to be. Love that. That's right. That's right.
And I ain't gonna lie. The only good thing I tell you, the only good thing about dating a woman to make 100,000 plus is they come over. They usually come over, feed you, fuck you, and leave. I like that.
Hey, Dre. I bet you when you found out your son was going through him, the song. You never know that you're my hero.
No, I ain't gonna lie, man. I was up there like I ain't gonna lie. Remember, I told you I thought this son was. I thought he was the dingy one, stupid man. When he sit up here, this girl, I was reading a text message between him and her, and when he was like, he just like took her out. He went out. They went somewhere, and evidently, like he got his freaks on, but they didn't fuck. So then, like when she wouldn't give, because she didn't want to fuck him just yet, so she wouldn't give it up to him. So he ghosted her for like 36 hours. She was just like, I saw all the messages. He wasn't responding. So then the next day, he talked to her, smashed that day, and then kicked her to the curb. I was just like, oh, I didn't even know he had game like that.
Damn, man. Yeah.
Man is
I was just like, I didn't even know that at 17. I didn't know how to, you know what I mean?
Wise Hokage. Trust them as far as you throw them.
Right. He smashed. What's so badass? And it was like, then afterwards, he was messing with another chick, and she was just like, well, I know you with so-and-so, but I just want to have you just once, and all like this. And then, like, then she called, like, I guess he wasn't giving her the time of day, and she was like, yeah, my cousin is over here, and, you know, you can take care of us both. And it's like, I'm like, damn. I'm like, Negro, you better make sure you got the condoms on strap, man.
Whatever you do not have a baby from one of these.
Right, because I'm like, God damn, man, it was so bad. But ladies, man, the women just, like, before he even opened his mouth, women just, he got the right complexion, he got the eyes too, they just fall at his feet.
But I wanted to touch on something that Jay Sean brought up, bro. So one thing we have to understand, yes, there are like there are definitely people young people that are having sex left and right, they pipe and everything, right? But when you get under the age of 30, I said this on Roger Report, you'll be surprised how many women and men aren't having sex and haven't had sex in 2, 3, 4, 5 years.
Yeah.
You'll be surprised how many younger millennials and older Gen Z are virgins or have not had sex.
I can actually see that, especially with when you add the fact that technology has replaced social normal social
social contact.
And then add in people's economic situation, right? Add in the fact that a lot of young people, young men in particular, still living at home at 27, 28. What hotel you got a bullshit job, so you can't really rent no hotel, right? And you'd still live at home with your parents. So when are you really getting it in?
Yeah. Can I case for black women real quick? Especially
go ahead.
But y'all can't. Y'all better not do it in my presence. Y'all better not do this in my presence either, because what I'm gonna say.
Before you go, I know there's more people watching. Hit the like button. I know we got 12 or 16 watching. Hit the like.
Hit the like button. Donate, motherfuckers.
I'm gonna say it's not gonna take too long. I just want to say, donate a like. It's free. Y'all gotta stop being so hard on these women in this sector. I'm gonna tell you why. Because they could be a lot of things. They could be delusional, annoying as fuck. Some of them. Disrespectful. Some of them are cool, you know what I mean? But what they not is a hose. Let me tell you why. Because they're always online. You know exactly where they at.
You know what they're not doing. They're not fucking.
You know what I mean? They're not out fucking. They're right here in this chat. You know what I'm saying? They're right here.
True.
You know what I mean? So when we talk about lack of social contact, again, these social apparatuses become a replacement for normal social contact we used to have back in the day. Like, I'm from the 90s. All we did was hang out. All we did was walk from place to place, from house to house, from party to party. You know what I mean? So, to get at a chick, you had to get at a chick. You had to spit at a chick. You know what I mean? You had to talk to her. You know what I mean? And vice versa. So that's, I can see what you're saying as being true, because everybody's living through this social media shit. A lot of people.
Little screen on this little screen that you got in between your palm.
Yeah.
But I'll say this when it comes to that. Any broad, especially like in these spaces like that you don't hear about going out and shit, but they always hear, if you got a good looking avatar and you suppose that's supposed to be you and all that, it's either two things wrong with your ass. It ain't your shit and you faking. Or if that is you and you ain't got no dude because you up in a damn panel every other motherfucking hour, that means that your personality so fucked up that even though you look good, you get hit quickly.
Which means you're Halle Berry.
No, but I mean where you get hit and quick, because I know plenty of broads who got hit. They'll get hit, they'll fuck them, and then after like a weak dude just kick her to the curb because I mean, no offense, your attitude, your demeanor is just bad. It's like I mean, this is the problem. That means your attitude ain't even worth your snatch. You know, and I watch it all the time. Like when I was even in eviction court and seeing these women come in there, and I watch you got $50 rent and can't pay that shit.
Don Calypso has, he's always got to be right on time with his dirty ass mind. What's up, Don? Man, that's the OG right there. Dirty ass mind.
Oregon.
Yeah, it's interesting. This whole conversation has blown up, and we see these things keep on reoccurring. The conversation that's happening now, the conversation about who's the prize, the conversation about black men not valuing black women, but white boys and these non-blacks do. We see these reoccurring conversations, and I think we know it's an outgrowth of many things. It's an outgrowth of being the bottom caste people in this society. So your men don't have it like that financially, and then your women are not considered the beauty standard, and so we're all grasping. Go ahead.
A lot of these women don't have it either.
They don't. And that's why they're looking at you as the meal ticket.
Yeah. A lot of these sitting you dusty, sitting here with a fucking roommate in a duplex apartment. You know what I mean? So look, they're not winning like that. All right, trust me. I know the numbers. I know.
Well, they're fronting like they are because it's a weird ass mating call. It's I'm gonna front to you like I got it together so that you could come to me even higher, right? I'm going to fake, and this is what you see in certain. I'll to be kind of chaos, I won't say these women's names, but these particular women on YouTube that have channels, now they're talking about being feminine and building yourself up and all these other things to attract men, primarily non-black men, but to attract men, right? Because they believe that I can trick you, I can level myself up to trick you into wanting me. And that's gonna be it's a non-starter. It's failed because the landscape is just not allowing for what you want. And that's what I've been trying to stress for the past 4 days that this has been a conversation. The landscape just doesn't allow for what black women are asking for. What they're asking for is this 10% of men. Most of those 10% of men are married. Let's get that out the gate off top. Most of those 10% of men are married. Number one. Number two, most of them are non-black. Most of them are non-black. That's number two off top. So you're asking to marry men that are first of all married already. Secondly, not black. So you're really asking to be what, one of those married men side chick? Then the ones that are not married, do you understand the competition to be with them?
That can't be a dirty secret. Most of these women who are high value men or had to say they got a man that's taking care of stuff for them and doing stuff for them. A lot of them are side chicks.
Yeah,
right?
And they have to maintain the benefits.
Yeah. They would a man that's married.
Vistiviano, right?
Yeah,
y'all remember Donald Sterling, the chick that exposed him. So you talking about Vistiviano, you talking about the sister down here, the Haitian chick in Miami that was messing with that Marlins coach that got caught snorting coke off of her, right? Which is some movie shit, right? But yeah, that. So you talking about those women because he was married too.
Yeah, all the women who were escorts or company, for Donald Trump. For men like that.
Yep.
You see that sister trotting around those powerful men, you gotta look at that a certain way. You know what I mean? You don't know what that really is. You know what I'm saying? I'm not saying it's always she's on her knees, but there's a chance she might be on her knees. You know what I mean? Behind closed doors. So it's
just about 85%, not much.
Yeah, you gotta take color out of it because a lot of white girls are saying.
Jay Sean, I forgot a very important name. A certain vice president elect. Right?
Wise Hokage. When you get on your knees, you're gonna get to the White House.
You go to marriage.
He was married. Willie Brown was married. So
no, don't call him Willie Brown. It's Sweet Dick Willie to you.
Sweet Dick. That's Sweet Dick Willie to you.
But because it works for her, imagine how many women are gonna go down that road.
When he was done with her, a star was born. You understand me?
Seriously.
That motherfucker came in the bedroom with roller skates on. Man, you couldn't tell that motherfucker shit.
Yeah, we gotta stop acting like we don't know what Western culture is. We gotta stop acting like we don't know what America is. And and the truth of the matter is, I don't put nothing past them. I've seen too much. I've been a nightclub promoter. I worked in the highest levels of the Army, working in the Pentagon. I've seen a lot of shit. All right, I seen like so you can't put nothing. You know, what I mean, I understand how power dynamics work. One thing I've learned beyond sex, it's not about sex for me. It's not about pleasure. What I've learned in my experience in time working in DC and working in entertainment and working in the Pentagon and DIA and those other places I work, it's how power dynamics work. And I just watch. I love to learn. I love watching human experiments take place in my face. You know what I mean? That shit is like I get up for that.
Isn't that shit so entertaining?
It's very entertaining.
It's so fascinating because, like many other dudes, like a few dudes, I mind my business. I don't know who's fucking who till people tell me and confirm it. But when you open up your eyes to observe, and I'm in a job where you have to be observant, I have to use my powers for good.
There you go.
I have to, because I had to tell co-workers and chicks that I used to mess with at the job, and so when you really start carrying yourself up, and I'm talking to my brothers out there listening who are 30 and younger. The minute you carry yourself with a standard, you're the bad guy.
Yep.
Automatically.
Yeah. You're Reza Ramon. Okay? You're the bad guy.
Chico.
you're the bad guy, Chico. You're the bad guy.
That's exactly why this video is getting so much backlash in general, because Kevin basically broke one of the highest tenets in the gynocracy. Got to keep the hope alive. And when
so I said that earlier, the hope.
Like that, every girl felt it because every girl was that girl.
Yeah.
There's so many ways to cut that video up. Like I said, man, when he asked her straight up and down, you know, you called yourself average, right? So you know, even he didn't even have to do it to her. He didn't even have to do it. Like he didn't even have to go there and break her down and tell her she was average. She said she was average.
Well, she gave herself a number that represents
all I
average.
have to do now is ask you a simple question, like this is a harmless question. So how come you just won't get with an average guy? That put her in a fucking bad spot, man.
That's for
You made her look crazy.
You know what?
Her answer and what was so bad? That question was bad, but her fucking answer to the question just made women as a whole look bad as fuck.
And it tells you everything we talked about was culminated. Everything we ever spoke about in the Manosphere dealing with women and black female fuckery was crystallized right then and there.
Right. Her answer was like
that answer galvanized everything we talk about.
Monkey branches to the same 30% of men. Monkey branches to the same 30% of men. So either you got a six pack and a big dick, or you got money. Now, and these monkey branches from the same 30% of men, and that's where they having all the babies at. That's where all the sex is happening at, and that's
there you go.
That's the thing Rebecca Lynn Pope realized, because she immediately was like, you know what? I've been there. I used to be one of them girls. I used to try to date the biggest, baddest, bestest dudes, and every time I found one, it was a player.
Yeah.
So
and why wouldn't you be if you had those much options? Why wouldn't you be?
Exactly. Right? But they all think that somehow they're going to be in a monogamous relationship with these dudes and be in a five.
See, I would tell women this, right? If you had 32 flavors from Baskin fucking Robbins, and it was your store, would you just try one flavor, or would you try all the flavors?
As many as you could get your hands on.
So why would a guy who has the ability to go through women like motherfuckers go through Charmans deal with just you?
Say that.
And I'm just looking at it like when I meet women, every woman who I meet, or women I didn't talk to and I talk again, they be like, you must be talking to them bitches again. Thank you for the credit, but I ain't talking to nobody. But then again, you learn, and guess what? Let her believe what the fuck she gonna believe.
You know what just hit me? Another argument. We made a lot of fly arguments tonight that can be stretched out, but I forget. Something just hit me. If any woman agrees with her position, you can look back at her and say, "Oh, guess well, take love off the table. Then you don't care about love."
No, they don't though. And I think we're living in a different era.
About love, all right. Now we're just talking transactions. So tell me. So all I want to know, sister, from this point on, is how much.
I think we're living in an era where
the rabbit hole with that J Shot, because they're not gonna give you a definite answer, because once they really give you a number, it's gonna be different from the criteria that the men that they really tried to get. You know. because it's not the same off cross board. So when dudes ask you how much, women not gonna give you no answer. Because they really give you an extra price range, they price themselves out.
You can't agree with her without talking about how much, sister. That's you see the problem with that woman is this: she's not dealing in the realm of love. She's dealing in the realm of transactions. She wants certain things, right? She requires certain things. There's certain things she wants, and then you got to have certain things for her to give herself. Like she said, what she say for her to fully submit herself to you, you have to be this. So
she said that. No, she didn't say that. She said this. She said, I would treat him like crap if he did that. Make sure you get it right. So, that's what she basically.
I remember there was a light skinned sister that said that too.
Guys,
there was a light skinned sister. I'm sorry.
Hello?
Yeah, go ahead.
This clip is 7 minutes. Let me run it through and then we'll respond. I know people listen to it, but let's play it again too.
But no, the clip is not good. You need to find the whole video and play the whole video because they cut off the good part in the beginning.
All right, okay.
Someone's got jobs, Trey.
I'll do that. All right, I'll do that.
But y'all remember?
Yeah, go to his channel and watch it.
No. I got it. Let me do something.
Have y'all seen the clip of the light skinned sister? It was like maybe a year ago that said the same type of thing. She was being interviewed. It was another dude that was interviewing her, and she said that like I'll mistreat him. I'll treat him like crap, right? If I have to deal with a man that's quote unquote beneath me. Yep. And so you see, and I know I'm talking about these things in a bigger, grander thing, but you see this going on because once again you live in. Yeah, no, she did say that. If I could find that clip, because I saw it reviewed and then I actually went to go watch it, and the sister said that I will treat him like shit. Those were.
I'm gonna tell you something about that, right? I'm gonna tell you something about that, and chicks like her. This is the reason why I say. Hopefully my voice is doing better with this tea. This is the reason why these chicks are fucking cold-faced liars. I would not submit to a guy like that. Yes, you would. Look who you had a baby by.
Thank you.
I hate it when people say certain shit to me because if you haven't noticed me for the past few years, I'm a smart ass. I'm quick-witted. Well, that's like my nephew was like, but you can't blame a woman for her past. Would you let a child molester be your daycare provider?
Yeah, I would have got on him for that one.
Yeah. See, that's why
I asked him, would you let a thief work your cash register?
Yeah. She said to win the argument, she would say yes. But that's how crazy it is out here right now. I got 4 sisters, man. I have 5 passed away. I got 4 sisters, and they all grown now. And you know what? 3 of them, they love me to death because I've given them the hard truth my whole life. I just kept it 100 with them. You know what I mean? And it's doing well for them. Now I got one that has a fiance about to get married. They were supposed to get married this year, but COVID fucked it up. And I have 1 child. Out of all my sisters, only 1 child out of 4 women. Okay, so I take pride in my influence on the women who are in my life and the women. I'm the oldest sibling too, so I have a special position amongst my siblings. You know what I mean? But my stepfather, my stepbrothers, we all keep 100 with these girls. And done them well. You know what I mean? They're not caught up in la la land. They're not delusional. And they fell in love and done before. You know what I mean? But they have so far off the fucking beaten path. You know what I mean? That they was in Willy Wonka land. All right. So I got 4 sisters out here. Only one has a child, and she's living with her fiance. They bought a house in Arizona. All right. And I got another sister who has no child who's going to get married. I had 2 sisters who want to get married this year, and she has no child, and they pushing into next year. I got another sister out in Vegas. She's in the military, and I got another sister who's doing social work out in Brooklyn, and she has no kids, and and she's just dating, and they chilling. You know what I mean? And they call me whenever it's time to get some real ish. So what I would tell brothers is that so your sister end up like that dumbass chick on that show. Because the arrogance to even say to talk the way she was talking, to call in the show, to show herself, all that was arrogance.
Very arrogant. And
and not even on subject, by the way.
Yeah. So to do that and then to be in fucking La La Land means that the men in her, she had any men in her life, they didn't keep it real with her.
I don't think she probably doesn't have men in her spear.
That tells you everything you saw. Because if she had any men in her circumference, anybody who cared about her, they let her down. They should. I mean, I'd rather you not call me and be mad at me than have you out here not hearing what you need to hear. Because when I tell you something, you can't unhear that shit.
Facts. Facts.
Especially when I'm real raw.
Can I say something? Because I'm gonna play the actual clip since Dre did mention it, and it makes sense that she said she came from two men of her side that were so-called business owners. Mm-hmm. So the same men, your father, whoever that owns business, they never kept it real with you? Since you're a businesswoman?
Maybe not.
Because
and then you gotta remember too, if you go ahead.
Because usually the first simp you meet is your daddy.
Oh, that's where I was going. So what ended up happening is that you but you know what that speaks to, and
cold motherfucker.
Literally. but so what Charles is speaking to is where I was going. What ended up happening, and you see this with the Steve Harveys, right? This weird ass respectability. Oh, this is what a man does if he really loves you, and the Oprah shit, right? So what ends up happening is that these brothers don't necessarily keep it real with them. So when they come out here in the real world, even though their dad was a part of their life, even though their older brother was a part of their life, they don't really know what's going on in the 21st century in the dating scene, and they get their head bitten off. Because if you have a simp dad and a simp older or younger brother, they're not going to tell you the barbershop talk. They're not going to tell you what's really going out here.
No,
they're not going to tell you what. Yeah. Say that again.
They will not do that. You're right. They will not tell.
They're not. And so you come out here, get your head bitten off, and then you stay single, or you bounce around from dick to dick, and then when you're 43,
you need a brother like Jay Sean. I fuck up Thanksgiving.
Yeah.
I don't care.
Me and my sister have had real ass conversations. So,
I don't care. I'm mad at you all. Well, I mean, you tell my mother told me don't tell my sister that. I don't give a fuck.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I'm going to tell her that. What you want? I mean, what you want to do? Whip my ass? I'm grown. I'm gonna tell her the truth. She can't unhear what I said, and that's that.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Yeah. See, the problem is, I come from an old school place called Oz Don't Gives a Fuck University.
Yeah, I'll tell you what though, Charles. I had a heart to heart with my mother one time, and I told her, I said, look, I know you get mad at me sometimes how I talk to the girls, and but your daughters call me, right? I just want you to know that. All right, so be too mad at me. But you need to understand something. Ma, if something happens to them, something foul happens to them, I'm required to react. So I have no choice but to keep it real with them. You know what I mean? I can't have my head doing stupid shit because the wrong thing happened to them. Now my life is in jeopardy. You understand me?
Yeah.
So my sisters. So you can't tell me what I can't tell them. All right. You can't have that level of protection or responsibility as the older brother and then tell me I gotta bite my fucking tongue because they want to be silly.
But then when the shit hit the fan, now I gotta go react to it.
Exactly. So you understand that? If something happens to you, I gotta react to that. You know what I mean?
Protection comes as provision.
Exactly. So even my mother has to be prevented. You know what I mean? I have to, let her know. But now at older age, she now knows, she understands now she requires more support. You know what I mean? Even though she's married, whatever the case might be. But there's a lot of things she can't do no more. That now I'm the head of the family. You know what I'm saying? So
exactly.
She's relinquishing power, and it's like, now she gotta understand, like, this is where it is. You can't have this silly shit going on no more. This la shit is over. This fucking Dr. Seuss Mother Goose bullshit don't work.
And that's why I'm a little bit nicer to the women. That's why when you see me talk about these things, I talk about them in a bigger, grander scale, because I want everybody to know, if y'all don't got sisters, Black women were sold a bill of lies from their moms, their aunts, the media, from white feminists, from Oprah. They were sold a bill of lies, and a lot of young Xers, millennials, and older Gen Zs are just not coming to the realization. I'm talking about Black women coming to the realization of, oh my God, I might be single for the rest of my life. It's a possibility. It's a possibility.
You end up settling. It ends that way. See, they don't tell you that part of the story. When you get 40, 50 years old, sister, you're going to settle for that guy you didn't want. You're going to settle for that guy you could have had in your 20s.
I would like to direct you to Claudia Jordan. Exactly. I would like to direct you. Claudia Jordan, she said it in one of her interviews because remember, for y'all that don't know, Claudia Jordan used to occasionally go on the Corey Holcomb show. And she said, like, there was an episode of Corey when he was with RMC where she's like, no, I'm not. She likes a certain look, right? And that's what she was going for. And she was okay with buying nigga shit.
Yo, did you watch the episode when she talked about having double-digit abortions? Did you see that?
Oh, yeah, no, when it was her and her other homegirl, and Corey messed with the other homegirl. And what he said?
Corey was doing what I do. Corey was just gaslighting them and letting them talk. That's what I like. I love Corey for doing that. He didn't interrupt them. He just let him go. And
you're talking about like 8 years ago. That was when there was an RMC. Yeah, I saw that episode. Yeah, I saw that episode.
Man, right there. You know what I'm talking about. I saw that.
And he got her to open up before the other two homegirls got there.
Yeah.
And so now when you listen to Claudia Jordan speak, now and you see this, right? You listen. Claudia Jordan is the most sane. I'm not saying she's sane. I'm saying she's the most sane in that circle of her, Lisa Ray, Vivica A. Fox.
She's cool. She's not the same.
Yeah.
She's not sane at all. She's cool. She's a real
yeah,
cool
she's
chick.
cool.
Yeah.
She's cool. But the most insane is Vivica. Vivica is the most she's gone. And it's sad because Vivica didn't have no kids neither, right?
Nope.
So you see, you fucked up. You played the game too long. You played the game too long. Yeah. Exactly.
You know what?
Oh,
She's
that's
like
what
that
Corey had
Master
asked
G.
the homegirl. Wait, one second, Charles. 1 second. That's what she asked the home. That's what Corey had asked the homegirl. Did you didn't have any kids or you didn't keep any kids? Yeah,
no, the one with Brandy. That's the one with Brandy. That girl, that Brandy. I'm talking. There was another
that's
show.
what he said, Brandy. Yeah. That's what he told Brandy. Yeah, remember they got an argument on that episode. Yep.
I remember that episode too. I'm talking about the episode where she was co-hosting for him because I think there was a brief period.
Oh yeah. And the two homegirls came in. What did he say to the homegirl that pissed her off?
Yeah, they was getting drunk on the show and talking about how they had double-digit abortions. Me too,
girl.
I'm like, whoa.
Yeah. Do you remember the one that had the most abortions? Was the one that like the light-hearted one, the kind of hipster one? She was the one that was like, I had the little placenta in my bag. Yo, she said it. The little Israel. I'm like, yo.
Wow. I'm sorry, guys. That was
Man. All right, so me and Jay Sean just done bombed over Corey Holcomb. Go ahead.
Hell yeah, man. That's 8 years ago.
Yeah.
Have y'all seen the clip, or it's not really a clip, it's like 20-minute video of Kevin Samuels catching that girl finessing on live stream?
Oh yeah.
Like no.
Yeah, man. He basically he told her the truth, just like this chick. He clicks over to the next caller and then he clicks back over to her. And you can hear her on the phone with her sugar daddy.
He keeps him in the Zoom room. He keeps her in the Zoom room, right? And he goes to him, and she unmuted her mic and was on the phone with this white dude. He gave her a cell phone and a laptop and begging. She was just curbing his ass. You know what I mean? And that's hard. It is what it is. So a lot of these chicks are like, yeah, I got a zaddy, or I dated a white man. Really? Was you dating?
Can I give the women advice real quick? Ladies, black women, we don't have the status as a community, and black men don't have the wealth. So you got a couple of options. One of those options is go either whore yourself out for these black athletes and movie stars and rappers, go date the crusty old nasty white dudes. So you doing the sugar baby thing, or marry for love and ride it out with your man. I know you don't like that third option, but that's what you got.
And the crazy thing is, you skipping over a whole. See, it's gotten so crazy is that they're skipping over a whole trough of men. Hey, Chaos, can you bring my screen up real quick? I want to show you something. This is in Germany. These numbers right here, I'm gonna show you in Germany. This is what men earn in Germany. Germany is one of the richest countries in the world. I make way more money than the average German man. All right, I'm one of the highest earning men in Germany right now. Put it like that. Now, look at this. Is what a software engineer is getting. 39,000 euro to 70,000 euros a year. That's what they're capping out at. Now, the exchange rate is going to be more than that in dollars. So that 70,000 is probably around like $83,000. Okay, but this is what men are making, who are software engineers. And what she's saying is that a software developer and a software engineer, even at the highest earning potential in one of the richest countries in the world, oh no, that's not for me. He doesn't meet my standards.
That's Milton Friedman. That's when your economists design what a relationship is gonna be. That's what it looked like when you let the rich white boys, the asshole rich white boys, design what love look like and what relationships look like. That's what happens, right? Yeah. So I that's why I'm not mad at black women. They're just being very boisterous about it. But the white girls are on the same shit, and so are the Asians, so are the Latinas, nigga. I know. I live in South Florida. You don't want to see you. For brothers that think these damn black girls are gold diggers, you ain't seen shit yet till you mess with a Cuban.
Now, look, and I went hard against System, not because I care about where the niggas dick go. It's about, look, whatever you do, you need to do it on some man shit. You need to do it fully conscious of what you're stepping into and control of that situation. So what I mean is, when you see a white guy go to certain places to be entertained, like he comes over to Europe, he goes to the red light district, he knows he's spending money, he knows his business, he's breaking bread. He doesn't have any illusions of falling in love and all this other shit. All right. If he wants to keep one of these women, he works out a situation. Here's what I'm going to give you every month. Here's what it is.
Somebody say Donald Trump.
It's like this. Now step out here and kiss me on the cheek. You know what I'm saying? It is what it is. And then, you know, we're going to fuck 3 times a week. You know, and you know what I'm saying? It's business, and they don't make no bones about it. You know, what I hate to see black men doing is falling into the same type of delusion, or even any kind of delusion like black women are in. All right.
Yeah.
You can't go that way. If anything you do, you need to do that shit. Not with your nose open, but your eyes open, man. All right, and then go do it. Do it to your fullest. I got a homeboy over here who I work with. He don't fuck with no black women. You know what I mean? He drinks white coffee with cream in it. And it ain't black.
That nigga said black everything.
All white everything. You know what I mean? But you know what he don't talk about? He don't talk about black women. If I go into the control room right now or into the bridge when he's got stuff on the screen, he's gonna have 2 things on the screen. He's gonna have white bitches on videos on YouTube with white women on the screen. And you know, I'm gonna tell you how bougie he is with it. He don't even like American white women. He like American disgusting. These look, I think them tight like these Italian girls or these Spanish girls. You know what I mean? He's on that shit. That's why he's over here. So he only has 2 things on the screen: white girls and Porsches. That's all he cares about.
That sounds like is that a? You said that's a brother?
That's a brother. He's over here.
That's not white as hell. White women and Porsches.
I was his sponsor when he came here, so I spent a lot of time with him, getting him square. Everybody, when you come in country, somebody has to sponsor you and make sure your paperwork's done. You get everything you need, and get situated. So I sponsored him. And I got to know him. We eating at steakhouses all the day on his dime because he's on. You know, he's getting per diem. You know what I mean? And so you know, we hanging out, and you know, we just at the restaurants every night chilling. And we're talking, and you know, he's a good dude. And I, you know, look, it's not my lifestyle, but I can at least respect the fact that he doesn't disrespect the culture. He understands he's a black man, and he does not waste his time talking about black women. No, he's not. He has no concern about black women. My issue is with a lot of brothers talk about being over there with these other groups of women, but they spend too much time talking about black women. You see what I'm saying?
Jay Sean, niggas is hurt. Brothers and sisters are hurt, and we need to address that. Black men and black women are in and I keep on stressing this and bringing this home, socioeconomic bottom. And then you're dealing with what it feels like to be in the workplace with a bunch of Asians and whites and Latinos bragging about their life, right? And it fucks with you as a black person, especially when you're the only black person in that space or one of the only black people in that space. And we're taking those type of situations out on each other. Niggas really do care what black women think in the black manosphere. Even if they swirl, most of these niggas still care what black women think. And I don't blame you. You want to know why? Because you still got the trauma from when you was in elementary school or middle school or high school and you got overlooked. The sad thing
about all of that, the real tragedy about what you just said is a real tragedy. When we're around these other groups of men, they have a code of conduct that we don't have. So black people got a habit. I'm talking about men and women now. I'm going to chastise both sides on this. We have a habit of airing out all our dirty laundry.
Oh,
you know what I'm saying? I mean, there's a lot of fucked up shit going on in Hispanic communities and white communities. There's a lot of foul shit Becky's doing to brag. You know what I mean? All the time. I had a bright boy break down and cry to me on a second job. I was working a second job after me and my daughter got evicted. You know what I mean? This is when I was building myself back up. I was staying with some friend of mine, and I was working 2 jobs. I even had 3 jobs at one point. So one night I'm working at this place called NGA. It was this big facility out in DC because I'm using my clearance to help me get a second gig. So I'm doing control access. And this white boy's working part-time there too. He's working this as a second job. And then one day we just get to talking on post. We on post one day together. They paired us together and we were talking. And this man broke down telling me about how he's not in his house. Him and his wife are going through a divorce. He lost his house. His sons is in there. And then she got a dude half her age in there fucking her while his son's in the next room. And he started breaking down. This is happening to white Brad. So that's what I'm saying. My perception is different.
What the F?
Yeah, this is what men are going through, right? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You know what I
mean? Look at Asian dudes, right? Asian dudes, especially East Asian dudes, you are supposed to be the highest earning group of people in the country, right? Asian dudes. And yet your women, American born Asian women, are marrying outside of their race at 54% and primarily to white men. You imagine what Asian men feel like? Shit.
Yeah. But guys, I think I add Edward to the stream. How you doing, Edward?
What up, Ed?
Yeah, because what happens is, so the first thing, Jay Shine, I'm glad you said what you said as far as dudes doing what they need to do with eyes wide open. Because the truth is, I'm not like anti-game, but the truth is, game is used to propagate a lot of propaganda and delusion amongst black men. Game is, quite frankly, the thing is when game is used a lot like how black church used religion. They use it as a way to create this atmosphere of everything means everything and nothing means nothing to speak to somebody's emotions. And this is how you take black men and take them out of the objective and put them in the subjective. Like, you're a military guy. There is no game in the military. There is procedures. Do this, do this, do this, do this. There's very little like there's some like in between the lines, but there's very few in between the lines. Versus in out here, game is nothing
actually,
but
there's a lot of in between the lines. It's just you just better get that job done.
Yeah. Versus, but you get my point I'm trying to make. Like,
Man,
the problem with black people,
panel, please. God damn.
Nigga's on fire. On fire.
I know what Charles is saying. I know what Charles is. That little bit he just said, I already know what he meant.
So my point is I'm glad you said it because one of the things that people will do is when you say you're going overseas or you're doing something, first of all, people want to project this thing like niggas are only going overseas just to deal with bitches, which is not true for most dudes that actually go overseas. And then they only do it because they cannot deal with women in a very real way, meaning you have to be socially awkward. A lot of that is fed by ignorance. And the truth is, when you look at what another thing a lot of these guys are not talking about, and this is not about beating up the game niggas, I'm talking about the people that buy into the information, is there's a cost. And when I say there's a cost, I'm not even talking about financial cost. There's a time cost. And the problem with black men is black men don't value their time because they've never been told it's valuable. So what happens is they lean on all this other shit and try to act like they're winning when in actuality they're not, because they don't look at the opportunity cost as to what they could be focused on while they still get that done by making that more efficient. So when you hear like how you sound and all of that, people can't say, oh, this is a lame nigga. He must be that. He must be that. Because this is the excuses that black men tell themselves. That's the first thing. The second, I'm gonna hop right off. The second thing is, as far as what other dudes deal with, like white dudes, yes, that's absolutely true. I tell people, go look at Divorce Corp. That's a documented chronicle of what white men go through specifically. If you need to get educated on that, I was an Uber driver for 3 years. I can tell you, I got stories for your ass.
Every level too, every economic level too.
Yes, it is. And the more money they got, the more fuck they get.
Yep.
So
say that again, Ed. The more money they have, the more fucked they get.
Because the white dudes ain't got a lot to lose. The white dudes ain't got a lot to lose, tend to be the most dangerous because you don't know what they're gonna do.
Yeah,
they ain't got a lot to lose.
What's the name the Proud Boys call themselves? They call themselves.
You know the old New York saying by Champagne Cups: more money, more problems.
Problems, yeah. But Edwin, what do the Proud Boys call themselves?
I don't know. I don't pay attention.
They call themselves proud American chauvinists.
Yeah.
There's a vast red pill incel white space over there for a reason.
Well, yeah, and that's the thing that kills me when a lot of people. This is how you know you're dealing with somebody that's ignorant, whether it's male or female. I've heard men say this. I've heard women say this. When they say only black men air out black women, that is a lie. It's like, do you
biggest crock of shit ever?
That's white men that's coming up. And so either you're outright lying to me or you're that fucking stupid. And I've heard like people like Boyce Watkins say some stupid shit like that, even though I know he knows better. So
do you think they understand that when you say when white boys say Western women or modern women, they talking about white women primarily? Do they not understand that?
I mean, that's all white MGTOWs.
Because they don't have a problem with black women, and they'll tell you if you actually ask them. They'll tell you straight up. You can be a weirdo white boy don't have it. Now they'll have it to a certain extent with Asian women, even to a certain extent with Indian women. This is what my overall point. So a lot of people like to say, well, you need to get on code and not air shit out. Well, the truth is that's why a lot of women get away with the shit they get away with, because nobody's really saying shit. Nobody's saying shit. Because if white boys really started airing out that it's white women is doing this shit to them, then what happens is you get what I'm saying. Like when people
they will in an intimate setting. If you at a steakhouse or cigar lounge and you cool, Yeah, you get the real. Like I said, I had an intimate moment with that white boy at that job. You know, I had an intimate moment with him. I asked questions and I just let him talk, man. And that motherfucker just let it out.
I'm not talking about in an intimate setting, because a lot of people will tell you the truth if they're comfortable with you. I'm talking about as a group setting. Men have the thing about when you keep that shit under that. That does not benefit men keeping that shit. The more men act, this is why in this space, when you got these academics starting to say this stuff now. See, most people weren't paying attention to academia as far as setting a lot of black men up, to be honest. And it wasn't just the people in this space. Cornel West even started to say it. You know, you got these big time businessmen that are actually, you can see what they look like. Look, I ain't trying to, people can say what they want to say about Kevin, but the fact that Kevin is somebody you can see that's not lame, it's not short, it's not this, that he's saying is, look at the effect that's having. So my point is that crap about keeping the shit and keeping the shit under conduct. These black women have spent decades airing out black men, and black men have been silent for the most part throughout that entire time. So all I'm saying is I will say I agree with you as far as once you go overseas, and Charles Tyler used to say this, don't bring like American sand to the beach, so to speak. I mean, don't bring your bullshit overseas. Yes, at that point, you shouldn't even be worried about sisters like that. You need to be living your life. I'm not saying you ain't got a right to say nothing, but it just should not be your point of focus. It has nothing to do with black women. It has everything to do with you're overseas. You need to make the best out of that time while you're over there. And worrying about black women, it doesn't mean shit. It's a waste of time. So I agree with you on that. Because if you worry about black women and you're like in Germany or you're in the Philippines, I'm like, dude, like then you need to disconnect, like for real. Because it doesn't matter. It doesn't. Like they're gonna do what they're gonna do irregardless of what you do or what you say.
Or Ed, just admit that you want a sister and go find one. You go find one to your specifications. If you're in another country still looking, then
that's what intercultural dating is for. If you really like, I don't tell black men to hop. Really, if you want a black woman, there's options for you if you want that. But see, that's a different problem. That's a guy that means that's a you ain't let your mommy go issue, and you're looking at these females through the projection of your mother. That's a different type of problem. That means you're blue pill. Still,
we got a brother in the space, Perfect Blackness. He's over on X Channel a lot. He's going through a horrible situation with his first wife, which was American sister, and but his current wife is a sister from South Africa. You know what I mean? So he's like, I'm from Chicago. I married a Chicago chick. That shit went to hell. He went and got him another sister from the continent.
Midwestern chicks can be the worst. Midwestern chicks. Yeah, there's a reason why some of the most hardcore dudes in the sphere, like Chicago or like Ramil Jackson.
I know where you're going. Them niggas, yep. I know where you was going.
But fuck them, Corey Holcomb too.
Yeah, Corey Holcomb, Chicago. Yep. Yeah, you're right.
Some of the most gutter shit. It had the gutter shit happened in the Midwest.
Yeah.
So anyway, so my overall point is, at the end of the day, man, dudes that are still on that mommy shit, because you see them, they come into space and then they leave the space because, quite frankly, they will try to say, well, all y'all doing is talking negative to black men. No, black women. And all y'all do, no, it's basically.
And are you talking about a certain somebody that was on the Roger Report earlier today?
No, I know. I'm talking. No. Actually, I don't know. I didn't watch a Roger Report. Today. I'm talking about a group, and I'm not trying to beat them up. But at the end of the day, they've made their decision. They're going to die on the hill that they're going to die on. And this is not about getting away from black women. This is about putting yourself first. Fuck me too. Yeah. I'm about me first. That's it. And if a black woman is in alignment with the me first, and me first doesn't mean me only. It just means me first, then it's all good. And what you see, like, I'll say this and then I am done. I asked a woman a simple question. I said, what benefits do men get out of marriage? And I'm not against men getting married. They want to get married, they can do it, just do it with eyes wide open. She literally told me 50-50 partnership, and she told me death. And I had to say, what do you say? What? She said,
I heard that. No, I heard that episode. That was on Roger Report last night. Yeah.
And I didn't think about it at the time, but women, it's very unlikely that a man or woman is going to die first in a marriage. That's generally how women get a hold of control of a lot of the wealth. Even Dennis Sperling said that when it comes to white women playing a long game, like having power through submission. The reality is they play the long game because they live longer because men are like working hard and shit. So I didn't even catch that as soon as she said it. But now that I'm thinking about that, I'm like, that was straight bullshit because I know she had to have known that. So my point is, yeah.
I got a question.
Go ahead.
I got a question for Edward because I know you say you're about to go. I got a question before you go. Don't go yet. I got to ask you a question real quick because I got the mentality of Elijah Muhammad. All right. My mentality is, look, before I throw a Molotov cocktail at a woman, I got to make sure my shit's straight, right? That's just my level of accountability. Unfortunately, we've seen in this space, Edward, there's a lot of brothers who are requiring and talking a certain way, but they haven't gotten their shit together. So when I mean having the mindset of Elijah Muhammad, he said, if you're a black man and you don't have the ability to take care of a woman, you don't deserve one. All right. Okay. Right. Now that's a standard. You know what I'm saying?
I agree with that. But here's the problem with that. The problem is Elijah Muhammad can enforce that within the community he controlled in the Nation of Islam. And he enforced that because if a woman is fucking a dude that has been deemed not worthy to have someone yet, that woman is going to be punished in one way or the other. I understand that, but because she's breaking the rules.
But us as men sitting around talking, Edward, about standards, right? And, happiness and, getting things right and having better futures and better families. All right. You know what I mean? That has to start somewhere. All right. So what I'm saying
I'm not disagreeing with that. But the problem is,
let me ask the question.
Yeah.
So I'm hard on women. You know what I mean? Not in a good way. I'm not like standing over women with a belt or nothing like that. No. I'm just saying, you can't be next to me if you're on some bullshit as a female, right? So the reason why I'm like that, is because of what I work myself out to. I climbed out of the crack 80s Brooklyn, you know what I'm saying? And you can't get next to me if you want some fuck shit. You know what I'm saying? I have, but I also built myself up to a position where I'm like, on any level, I don't care if you're a man, if you're a police officer or whatever, you know what I mean? You're a man of value. You're a man that has to go out here and do an essential job. You know what I mean? That's a man to me that deserves a woman. But niggas sitting home playing Xbox all goddamn day.
I'm playing Xbox right now, but I did come from work earlier.
Okay, I'll give you that. So my question is, who in the manosphere is advocating that niggas that ain't shit deserve bitches?
Oh, hold up.
When did that ever happen in the sphere?
I ain't saying it's been advocated. I'm talking it's been in practice. There's a few motherfuckers
right now that don't care. Look. So, but the thing, hold on. But the thing is, anybody that is caught bitching about not getting women that ain't shit, that shit gets called out in the manosphere. That shit gets called out. Nobody lets that slide.
Okay.
Right. Nobody lets that slide. But my thing is the issue has never been that niggas are just bitching, because if that was the issue, that would be called out. The issue is, and this is not about blaming them, but at the end of the day, you know why a nigga can not be shit and play Xbox? Because usually it's a bitch taking care of them. So at the end of the day, you can't stop the women from fucking them niggas.
Can't stop the hustle, Ed?
Yeah,
so
that's
no. Because if you look, hold on, I'm gonna give you an example. Because if you look at any other group, and this includes like other black groups, dude, they have a way to enforce that. They have a way of enforcing, it always comes back to, if you deal with a nigga that's like that, you're on your fucking own. BGS
that's what I was gonna say.
Like South Korea. One reason why single motherhood is not as high in South Korea, because you get no government assistance. Because fuck you, you knew who you were fucking with, and they got a lot more trust amongst what they deal with than we do here. And this is why you hear dudes advocating for cuts. Because the thing is, as black men, we are in a unique position that I hear what you're saying, but honestly, Jay Sean, that don't mean jack shit if a bitch is willing to fuck him. Because what dudes will tell me is they'll say, I'm getting buns though, nigga. Fuck what you talking about. That's exactly. So what do you do?
So basically, like I said a minute ago, basically all what he just said is Jay Sean's a hater. All right, I got it. You know
I'm not saying you're a hater, because I've said no, Jay Sean. I've said the same thing in real life.
No, I'm being
why.
facetious.
Think about it.
I'm being facetious.
No, but this is why dudes say I'm mean when they start bitching about their kids. I'm like, you fuck that bitch though. Like when you say you knew she was crazy and you still put your dick in her, so I don't want to hear that. But man, you don't understand child support. You damn right. Because I'm not gonna put myself in a situation where I'm having kids unless I absolutely know I have control of that situation and I have the money to fight for that situation. So I I agree with
For me, she
saying.
going down the stairs the fast way if I don't want them kids.
Thank you for answering.
And this is the part, Mm-hmm. So it's not that I disagree with what you're saying. It's not even you're not a hater. Now niggas that play Xbox will call you a hater now.
I know.
I'm playing Xbox. I don't think he's a hater.
Yeah, but the thing about it is,
well, thank God I'm playing PlayStation 4 right now.
But every group has a way to enforce that. They're not just saying that. They're saying if a chick deals with a dude knowingly. We're not talking about he married you and he broke his contract. You knowingly, like look at NBA YoungBoy, for example. NBA YoungBoy got money, but these things that are knowingly, like he's on his 7th kid. The dude is 21 years old.
Wait, man, NBA is on his 7th kid?
Yeah.
That nigga still like he barely could drink.
This motherfucker, he's trying to catch Future.
I mean,
he might catch Future with that record.
Oh wow!
But at that point, you know what he's about. So they are going out of their way to have a quote unquote baby by him. That's not about me wanting to punish the women, but you have to hold the line both sides. You like it's like you can't say like I'm not in the military, so I don't know shit. So this thing sounds stupid as fuck. But you can even say, well, the officers can kind of, even though the officers probably get more freedom, they can't just absolutely do what the fuck they want to do completely, and then say, well, if you question, they give you orders and you question it, you done. But they give you orders that you know that you can do. You be on a few good men shit on us and shit like that. It's a balance on both sides. In the black community, we don't have a balance on both sides. We have, well, we just gonna tell the niggas to get their shit together. Well, sure, yeah, of course black men need to get their shit together. And they don't deserve, why you think these niggas are fucking fat bitches? Jay Shine. They know they ain't got their shit together.
Let me put it to you this way, right? Let me put it to you this way, Everett.
Yeah.
We do have ways of making females feel the consequences. Don't fuck with them.
Well,
let me tell you why. Let me tell you why. They need you more than you need them.
I agree.
On a fundamental, not even just a fundamental, just a mental health point anyway. Mm-hmm. The only reason a fat bitch can walk around niggas thinking that they the shit is because you allow it. Because there's some thirsty niggas with low self-esteem. I'm calling some of my friends out too. Only reason you fucking with fat bitches is because you got, one, you don't have any game. Sorry. Two, you don't have any confidence to get a bitch that look like something. You justify.
And we're not talking about thicker women. You know a Lizzo bitch when you sit there. Let's stop acting like because people like to. That's another part where it's that shit. Where Lizzo, everything means everything.
Lizzo 10 years ago would be ashamed to even do that shit.
You know the difference between a Bria Miles and a Lizzo.
And it's funny because guess what? A lot of niggas want a Bria Miles, but a lot of niggas ain't even gonna step up to the plate to get a Bria Miles.
Well, they pretend that the fat bitch they're fucking with Bria Miles.
That's what they don't even pretend. No, they don't even do that. What they do is because they want to get a nut off so bad, they want to settle and get some bitch they got to walk sideways down the steps. I had a homeboy who did that. We watched the UFC, and he brought this bitch down here, and I'm like, this fat bitch got to walk sideways down the steps.
God damn, man. Get him off.
God damn, my dude.
And you see the arguments, and you see you were a part of the arguments that we got when that argument was brought up. And the point of us bringing the argument up was not about me trying to tell somebody who the fuck they should date. But when you've been overseas, like Jay Sean can tell you being in Germany, shout out to Super Triz. I've been in the Philippines. Philippines ain't got shit probably on Germany. Like, dudes don't know what's out there. Not in real life, They may think with this is why I used to talk mad shit about niggas posting Instagram chicks on the travel group. I was like, post on
I know everything's over here too. Everything.
Yeah, so my point is,
I'm gonna put it to you this way: it's not even about traveling overseas. Most niggas have never been in the select man or the select woman groups.
Like the damn Tri-County area.
Okay, it's like this. Number one, a lot of niggas would have found that little 5 or 4 or Roger from fucking American Dad. They would have said, "Oh, she bad as shit." You know why? Because you're a thirsty group of fucking men.
Yeah.
I've said it once and I'll say it again. Black men, I would never have a black man judging a beauty contest. I wouldn't.
He might not make it through.
Oh my God, look at her. Lizzo will win somehow.
Yeah, and so I know I just want to like end this. Jay-Son, I understand what you're saying, but I've said that too many times in my younger. I'm obviously older than me, but I'm saying back in the day, like when I was in my late 20s, I would say that shit, and I just got, man, you short ass nigga, man. You know, I gotta prove the bitches I'm getting to prove I got the credibility to even say that. Because, you know, I'm getting buns, though. And so I said, fuck that shit. All right, y'all niggas are going to be where y'all niggas going to be. And it is, I agree with everything you're saying, but them niggas have created a culture. You got dudes that look like they don't eat well. Like, you know how dudes, they try to call it that thug muscle.
Yeah, it doesn't match up. You're right. I can have the standards all I want, but if she has no standards, it's still fucked up. You're right.
Yeah, and I mean, still say it because you got to. That's why I came up on here before. It's a little bit different when you say it versus when I say it, because a lot of black people, the way you sound and your vernacular is just gonna reach certain motherfuckers. They can't write you off like they can try to write me off. This is why I came up here to say, man, I appreciate you saying that. Charles, you're in the same boat because like you being a military man, clearance, all of this. People want to act like you got to sound a certain way, be a certain way, like for you to be up there, or you got to be a point deck for some shit.
Hard work. I mean, a lot of people don't know. Yeah. You know, I got to work for a lot of top brass, man, in the military, and a lot of people get surprised, man. When I tell them, I never graduated from college. It wasn't my path. I got a GED. You know, I dropped out of high school, but it's never over for you. And now I have a lot of certifications though. You know, I did a certification thing. I had to do that.
That's another thing.
And before you go, let me just touch on this that Jay-Sean said. So we have to also acknowledge Elijah Muhammad said what he said back in the 60s. So like, is that how many men? Forget race for a second. How many men in Western society can afford all the bills? Let's say you have a $250,000 house. She got a car note. You got a car note. Let's say $450 for each car. How many of y'all could afford that $2,000+ mortgage and those cars and the car insurance and the cable and the light and the water? You see what I'm saying?
Most cities are not many. You know, that's what I was talking about earlier. Was about the white boys why they pick certain sisters. When you got a woman that's throwing themselves at you, and she's economically viable, that's a good look for them. You know what I mean? So working with that white boy gonna pick it up.
There's a come up.
By the way, that's another way that I'm sorry. I'm going.
Say this.
But that also says a lot about if you get in the bottom shelf Brad that makes half of what you have, but he's white. That's what I'm talking about the standard as far as what they on. And there's a lack of candor in the black community. There's a lack of candor in America, but there is no candor. It's like motherfuckers really don't want to discuss the down and dirty truth. The truth is, and this is not about punishing a woman. If you sit there and you pick a nigga just off the fact that he look good, and that's the only thing, then you have no right to complain either. And that's really where the balance
30 and he got baby hair still.
It doesn't matter. My thing is that you're not supposed to get help. You're not supposed to get help when you were out, because it's not about what you're doing to yourself. When you sit there and you have a bastard kid and then you turn around, like I'll give you an example. Look at Dre. People can say Dre's fucked up because his daughter, his daughter from a woman he didn't like, talking about like he don't see them, he ain't taught her in 17 years, and like they ain't getting no money. And Dre got a lot of money, but
she grown now.
Yeah, and then she talk about she done had kids. I'm gonna tell you something, man, and this is gonna sound fucked up because most black men can't handle that. The reality is, if a female forces a kid on a man, as far as I'm concerned, it's that man's business how he handles it. If somebody tries to tell me, well, man, that's your seed, you should raise it. If that dude absolutely did not want a kid, and that woman said, I'm gonna force the fucking issue, and that dude he wanted a family, but not with you, and then he turns around and he just prioritizes kids. You know what? I ain't got no right to judge that shit.
The truth of the matter is, it's a misnomer, because if he decided to get a regular job and be that stand-up guy to pay that child support and be there for her, he would never been Dr. Dre. So we wouldn't even be hearing about this shit. He would never been Dr. Dre.
Yeah. So anyway, I know I'm taking up a lot of oxygen, but yeah, I agree with you, Jay Sean. It's certain people that's got to say that, because you know how black people are.
I've said it. Man, I'm the single dad premier. I raised my daughter since she's 1 year old. I've said it on live streams on multiple occasions. If my daughter's mother, being who she was, had one custody of my daughter and treated me the way she treated me when she has the power, nigga, I would have moved across the country. Fuck you and that kid. I would talk to her when she get 18. That's because my pride was not going to allow me to be treated a certain way. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
You know, that's just how I am.
That's a decision. That's a decision that she made. And too many times, all this empowerment, when it counts, they want to take away the decisions that really be making people do shit. I'm not telling niggas to just dip. But what I'm saying is, too many dudes, they like to hear shit and they like to make all this judgment. Like on some bullshit, and dudes need to stop that shit. Starting with Boy Swacky, need to stop that bullshit.
Nah, he had to do what he had to do. We would be talking about him if he had stopped and took care of that kid and stayed with the mother. And you don't even know if he was with her. She might have been a one night stand. We don't know none of the math. But say they were together. But he stopped and got a bus driver's job, got a city job in LA or Compton, whatever. He would never been Dr. Dre. And you would never been talking about him. You see what I'm saying? So it's a stupid conversation.
Yeah.
Edward.
So anyway, it's been a good conversation. Yeah, appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you, Edward. Yeah, Edward being his own.
Edward is a tornado.
Edward's been like that. We're in there. Already getting in there, man. But I will say this: if I almost lost my train of thought, it might have gone to me now because I'll say this. At the end of the day, to a lot of women, must understand men are brutal. We're gonna be honest, you know. And that's why this is the fear they have when men, especially black men, start use their voice appropriately. Now, in regards to the action part, we already seen that. They're not gonna really notice that in the full circle because, first of all, when you sit in your house all day, you don't know what really goes on. You get me?
Indeed.
You're not gonna see things in front. Don't expect this Caucasoid, this white man, to show you everything what black man's doing. If you thinking on that level as any age or black woman, you are sadly delusional, just like the men that you think you can get. And I say as many times, Jay Shine knows this person because he said, and always around people that he knows, they're up to the purple. Not every man's gonna reach that, but some men that, depending on what level or situation financially, that it can be attained. But like I said, you gotta put in a little work. And the men that are putting work, I ain't gonna see it, but usually work's always gonna show one way or the other. You know, who else is on this board?
So I just wanted to say this too, like, you know, this thing is getting this level up thing, this who's supposed to do what, trying to grab traditional roles and modern roles and ideas and concepts of relationships and trying to mix it in the blender and pull all the stuff that you want out of it and leaving all the other stuff in the bottom of the blender. That shit ain't gonna work. That's what we're dealing with right now. A bunch of delusional black men and black women who don't understand. You living in 2020, you're in the 21st century. You can't pull out your favorite parts of what your granddad used to do for your grandma back in the 60s, right? And bring that forward, but then leave all the ways that he used to maybe bark on her a few times. Leave that back in the 60s. All the times he snapped unjustifiably a few times, leave that back in the 60s. Nah. If you want traditional shit, you need to understand what comes with that fully. If you're gonna be a modern 21st century woman, you need to understand what comes with that fully. Let's stop with this hodgepodge bullshit that we trying to make happen. That's not working. It's not working, and that's why people sound crazy as hell. So I'll pause right there.
They gotta take the good with the bad. They can't keep coming with that bullshit. I mean, let's just call it what it is. A lot of those behaviors that they weren't necessarily like, they don't want, are the exact same things that kept him in line. So, I mean, there's no way for you to expect me to be a 1950s type of husband when you trying to be a 2020 bitch. Like, there's no way.
Yeah, I
but
always say,
they're trying.
you want me to be an old school nigga, but you want to be a new school bitch. You know,
Yeah,
it doesn't add up.
that shit not gonna
And
work.
one thing that we see from Kevin Samuels is that he exposes the reason why I brought up all the numbers that I brought up earlier about how the house go and the cars go is to show, like, do you understand what you're asking for as a young woman that's 27, 28, 29, 30, 35, right? You're asking for a dude to come through and especially if you want the high value dude that's going to pay all the bills. That's why Kevin Samuels asked, do you want to pay any significant bills when you're pregnant? When they say no, that's when he breaks down the numbers. All right. And he doesn't actually do this. I do this psychologically. I do this with myself. I'm like, so in other words, you want a 350, 400, 400, 450, $500,000 house, right? You want him to pay that mortgage. You want him to pay the car note on your Lexus GS or your Lexus LS or your Benz E-Class or S-Class. Then pay his car note also, the cell phone bills, the light, the cable, the water. Do you understand? You're asking for like a $300,000 a year dude, a $350 a year dude. Where they make those at? Not even white dudes is eating like that.
That means you don't even want me. You know, and I'm cool with that. You take your average ass over there somewhere. You know what I mean? We good. You know,
but they said he's calling in. Why can't I get married? I ain't got no man. And it's like,
I'm not trying to get married anyway, so I'm good. You know, I mean, marriage. I got my issues with marriage, and it's got nothing to do with black women. The system is fucked up. I'm watching. The luxury of working in my profession in government and contracting and military and being around that apparatus is that I get to see people grow. I know people when I was back, I was a soldier with. You know what I mean? That now, you know, retired and gotten out, you know, or people who got out early and they went and worked. And I got to see these people where they are now. And I'm like, fuck no. That ain't happening to me. Ain't happening to me. You know what I mean?
And
It's not happening.
You brought up a story, and I gotta give this example too. You brought up the kind of intimate moment you had with the white dude, and I used to work at Target in Aventura, and a white attorney coming from he used to leave downtown Miami every day. Anybody that know Miami, leave downtown Miami every day to drive up to Aventura to go to work to do his second job, because he was paying alimony to a white woman that he married that was a little bit older than him. When they got divorced, she took the house and his Grand Sport 96 Corvette. For all of y'all that know, the 96 Grand Sport, she didn't even know how to drive manual. She took it out of spite. That car sat in that garage until that lady died.
Yeah.
Because she didn't even drive it. She just took it out of spite, bro.
Cold world, man. That's why I say business is life and life is business. This shit is business for me. Look, love happens or love grows. That's how I look at it. Back in the day, my grandparents and that generation, you know, they were put together by the community. Like my grandmother and grandfather on my father's side, they were put together by the church. They was the same church. The church put them together. You see what I'm saying? You know, you have people come around and say, you know what, I got the perfect guy for you. Now that kind of, you know what I mean? And the families get talking and they put them together and then they just stay together and they do what they're supposed to do and they really ain't standoffish, but then they grow in love. Because when you whip somebody and your mission is to have a family and be a family and you dedicated to that mission, y'all gonna go through ebbs and flows. You're gonna go through ups and downs. You know what I mean? You're gonna have short days. You're gonna have highs and lows. And there's no way in the world you're not gonna grow an appreciation for that person. There's no way in the world you're not gonna grow a love for that person. There's no way in the world you're not gonna feel attached to that person. You know what I mean? That's just how it's supposed to be. Now, also love happens. People fall in love. You know, they meet, soulmates meet. People, shit happens. So I always say love happens or love grows. But you can't manufacture this shit. So I don't concern myself with it. I do what I'm supposed to do as a man. I am a producer. I'm a protector. I got fucking family I'm ahead of. You know what I mean? I got a daughter I got to raise. I got females who work for me who are property managers. I got other things going on in 2021 that we got to get done. I got projects, personal projects and wealth shit that I'm working on. I got other things I got to worry about. Now, if I meet a chick along the way and we click, all right, then I'm going to just do like Lynn Tola says, you know, the fucking judge. I'm going to sit back and just watch it. You know what I mean? We're going to hang out, go travel, do some fun shit, spend time with each other, sex and all that. And I'm going to watch you some more. And I'm going to watch you some more. And I'm going to see what you are over time. And if you can't do that time, then you wasn't serious about marriage.
That's where it boils down, bro. That's what boils down. And it goes back, like we're going to say it again, that women control access of the sex and men control marriage. That's what's always been. And we men up here, and women don't understand this. We count marriage. We don't count how many.
Yeah, it's not true no more. We control proposals.
Oh, proposals. Okay.
We don't control marriage no more because of no fault divorces. We don't control marriage no more.
Okay. Thank you for correcting me. See, that's why I like to have you up here.
It's ours to give.
Not to, I understand what you're saying, Chaos, and it's true to a certain
extent. No, but it's better to say that. That's
now,
the right way to
wake up with a migraine one day and just I don't want to be with you. Remember, the main factor now, the main reason for divorce is irreconcilable differences. People just don't want to be with each other. You know what I mean? And drop papers whenever she want and bounce. And I think that shit is crazy to me. You know, now I don't think
I don't think marriage is an institution anymore.
It's not. So if you want to preserve
it's not. Yeah.
Marriage is, see, they want to be. They want the ceremony, not the job. Okay. Yeah. It's like Frankie Beverly says, you want the joy, but not the pain.
You want the wedding without the marriage.
It makes sense though, because the sisters and women in general are not socialized to be wives no more.
Yeah.
They're not socialized for that shit. They're not socialized to be share space for somebody to go to ups and downs. As soon as they get uncomfortable, they've been told they can leave, they can bounce. And the fact that the system allows them to take certain wealth and and financial things with them, they do it on top now. You know what I mean? So now it's just something to do. So basically, what I'm saying to you is that when she's sitting there talking about giving her vows, she's a fucking liar. She never meant it. She never meant to life to death to us part. She never meant it. Yeah. She never meant better or worse. That didn't mean anything. That doesn't mean anything to them. You know what I mean? And that's why I try to explain to a lot of dudes. So like, look, make sure you don't get married out of lust or love. Please don't do that. I've seen too many guys, young guys and older guys, get fucked up in the game. Or like when the Golden would say, get torn out the goddamn frame. You know what I mean? Thinking that way. Yeah. We're in a different time.
I think the right way to say it is what you said, man. You give the proposal. Like marriage is yours to give, but you don't have any attachments after that. Like once you give it to her, she can do whatever the hell she wants with it. Exactly. That's why I never give it. But they're thirsty for a marriage. Men aren't necessarily thirsty for marriage like that. It's them.
And men don't get the
But when
you guys hear me now?
When you put the prerequisites on the line for that shit, they can't.
A man would cheat on a chick for 20 years and will never divorce a chick. We don't get divorced like that. So this thing is really, a female thing. When you see men getting divorced, it's really fucked up, man. We really need to get out of that. You know what I mean? But women, they just doing this shit willy-nilly for whatever reason. The dick don't work no more. I don't feel nothing. I just
lost his job.
My favorite. I lost myself. I need to find myself. I lost me when I had marriage and kids. It's all this dumb shit. The marriage is
bro, Jay Sean, I know one chick on Facebook. She was telling her same story, and she's not even 35 yet. And she's talking about almost a similar thing, and she has a child, and she leaving it, and she said marriage was not for her, this, that, and the third. And it's funny. It's funny when I read the comments how this woman said she got a six-figure dude, but she's not going as far as getting married again. And I said, girl, you're a lick right now. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. You're just a lick right now. And after a while, depending what dude that's giving you money, wherever you want to call that, he's considered high value, which Kevin already expressed what are the 6 factors, that you're just only there for a nice little pussy pocket. But when he's done, which he will, depending on how old this man is, he's on to the next one.
Right.
Because there's nothing really long term of it. No man's he'll keep you around just for a fuck. That's pretty much it.
Look, man, I'm gonna tell you something. I know women in DC. This is my social circle. I'm talking about chicks that got banging ass houses, that nice clean car. They call it cleaning the mind, and everything smells good. You go to the house, it's nice and plush. But as soon as a dude come up in there, they don't want to take care of the house no more. They'll take care of the house when it's by themselves. This is what I'm saying about they're not being socialized to even be caretakers, of the men. So we're gonna look, we're gonna have to, unfortunately, it fell on us in 2020. We're not in 1950, 1940, where it would have been different. We're in 2020, and women have choice, and they have all these other things running around their head, and their social constructs playing out. We're gonna have to build and raise the society that we want. That's right. And and we're going to need help.
Take control of this, man. And I'm gonna have to agree with you, brother. There's no way around it. I would say personally, and like the woman that was on the panel with Roger, she said that she advocates that if things don't go right, the woman should just give the children to the fathers, which I'd agree. Now, depending on the financial situation of the man there's no choice now, because if we keep on this trajectory, that when they project 2053, that's gonna be very soon. You know, because the boys that's come up, they're not even want to interact or procreate now. The one that's your daughter's age now.
That's exactly what I was saying.
Not even
My
checking.
daughter is 17, right? And I hung out with
she's like what they call the Gen Z. The Gen Z.
I got some pictures on my channel. I think you've seen it. I think you.
Right. We see. Right.
I was out in Paris, right? So I'm out with in Paris with my daughter and her two friends. So these are two 17-year-old girls and a 16-year-old girl, and they're telling me two different things that's going on. They talking about how black boys don't approach them and they awkward and they always out here looking at non-black girls. And then the other side, you got these white boys talking crazy to them, talking to them like they hoes. So the black girls right now, they're going through it. And I mean, our young sisters right now, the ones who are raised right, like the two girls, they got a father, they're real well spoken. They call me sir all the time. My daughter's my daughter. You know what time it is with her. You know what I mean? So these are good girls. These are good black girls, right? And they telling me, you know, what they're seeing in high school. And what's going on in high school.
Black girls, the black dudes ain't checking, and the white guys are treating them like they hoes.
Yeah, they're coming up crazy. You know what I mean? Just talking real reckless to these young girls. You know what I mean? So when you see some of these young girls with them, that's when you see that little white boy that went viral on TikTok talking about stop calling me massa and all that. It's kind of uncomfortable. This is real shit.
Oh, I didn't know. Whoa. I didn't see this video. Wait a minute. What?
Oh, there's a video on TikTok. Y'all didn't see it? The white boy saying, black girls, you gotta stop calling us massa. That shit is not cool. He's like one of them hip hop white boys, you know, he's like, you know, hip, you know, he kind of like, you know, some Justin Timberlake type shit, but more, you know, hip hoppy with his language. And he's like, yeah, y'all gotta stop calling us massa. This shit's not comfortable. It's not cool with that.
Oh, he's talking to the black girls.
Black girls.
Oh, he's just talking to black people. Oh, okay,
black girls, y'all gotta stop calling us massa. It's not cool.
Yeah, that's daddy shit.
There's a lot of slave play going on out here. There's a lot of.
Well, y'all remember the story? I don't know if you heard about it, Joe. It's only gonna take me a minute.
Hold on, guys. Before you say some, Charles, this is what I'm talking about. I don't see this in a lot of these black female content creators when they talking exposing this. And they talk about exploring options. And these are young boys.
He's a young boy, but you gotta look like this, man. You gotta step out here. You gotta step off your square and look at things the way you need to. Put yourself in another shoe. You're not from black community. You're from the white community, right? You're growing up white. Now, in the white community, these young boys are growing up in elementary school and middle school on X-Hamster. They're watching ghetto gaggers. They're watching rap videos. They're looking at you like hoes. And then you got the sisters out here throwing themselves at them, talking about swirling and fuck black men. So what you think that's doing to the mindset of a white boy? Just think.
You're getting these little average, little extra regular fucking white boys think there's something. And here's the crazy part, right?
Oh, thanks for the correction in the chat room. Race play. Go ahead, Charles.
This is the reason why black women are on the bottom of the totem pole, because what your stereotype is, you're easy. You pride yourself off of twerking. This is what all we know is that as soon as you hear some music that a black woman likes, she gonna twerk. That's the stereotype. Then on top of that, that's on. And I'm like, look, at the end of the day, when you fucking have, for some reason my cat wants to visit me, he must miss me, but it's like for some odd reason. You put these little bottom shelf brads up there. Guess what? You can see the fucking Kool-Aid smile on a fucking Gabby Sidibe with that little hep Jesus. He looked like he sells weed on the side at a little convenience store. Like she's happy and she got that little ring showing that's crooked with the sausages with the little tiny nails and shit. She looks like the before picture of Sabretooth before he got on Slim Fast. And I'm like, y'all happy because you got an image. Not substance, but an image. And the first thing they're going to do is treat you like what they think you are, is a hoe. Well, I ain't no hoe. Yes, you are. Like, we don't... Black women always want to say, well, y'all put us in music videos thinking that we're hoes. Who forced you to go to a restaurant with your grown-ass self and say, you know what? I'm going to get on top of somebody's furniture and somebody's business establishment, and I'm going to shake my ass like a stripper, and I dare somebody call me a hoe. I dare somebody tell me to stop. Really? This is the type of fucking niggatry that we go through.
I mean,
Think about
we had 3 hits. You know what I'm saying? We had 3 hits. We got the 20% black male vote turnout for the Republicans. We had.
Okay, hold on. Can I say something real quick? I gotta challenge this. I'm sorry. Hey, sister, look, I don't really bang on women like that, but when I hear ignorant stuff, I have to push back because this is where I don't know. I don't know if this is a friend of yours or not in the chat room, Chaos, but I gotta say this to my sister Femi L. All right, look. Your comment, sister, what you just did was ball up your womb and throw it out a fucking moving window of a moving car. All right, that's what you just did. All right, that's what you just did. Okay, the dad not teaching their sons. What about the mothers teaching their sons to love black women? How about that?
Matter of fact, here's
hold on, come on. Let me have this, Charles. Let me have this for a second.
Please, let me know when you're ready to tag me in.
I'm gonna tag you in real quick. I just want to say this, man, I gotta say this because there's two sides to this. The reason why I have love and respect and revere black women and have utmost respect for the black women in my family and have a responsibility to the black women, if you were here listening early to my young sisters, is because of the women who raised me. You understand me? The women who raised me, the women who had natural hair, the women who had self-respect for themselves. They wasn't tatted up and shaking their ass in the streets. That wasn't the women who raised me. My aunts and my cousins, the older cousins, my aunt's cousins, my grandmother's cousins, the women who raised me was respectable women. So even though I was growing up in the crack 80s in my home and my family at the family reunion, I had respectable women. So now I have a certain respect for women. Now that I'm raising a daughter, I have standards for her. I have standards for my sisters. That's how it works. Women also impose standards on men. It's not just the men. You can't just throw it on men. All right? That's what I'm saying. And now the last thing I'm gonna say before I tag you in, here's the tag in. I can't stand when sisters are saying that after we just came through fucking scandal parties. Y'all sitting here having scandal parties, raising kids, and talking about y'all talking about intersectionality and love is love, but then you're talking about why the kids are looking at different people. You got young black girls out here looking at white boys. You got young black boys out here looking at white girls and other, you know what I mean? And you want to just blame that on men.
Mm-hmm.
And the main ones pushing intersectionality in the community has been black women. The main one, I'm talking about from an economic, I'm talking about from a political and a social standpoint, intersectionality, scandal parties, deception, Sleepy Hollow, Sex in the City, all these different shows y'all watch. Y'all do that in your home, around your children. And now y'all doing the LGBT stuff with Empire and everything else. And these young kids going to grow up all confused sexually. And that's just all men's fault. So yeah, men got a responsibility in this, but mama in home, mama's the power. And that's why I'm saying you're throwing your womb out the window, sister, because mama's that power in the house. The most powerful person in my grandmother's house, my grandfather's house, was my grandmother. My grandfather was in the back smoking stogies. We hardly ever saw him. My grandmother's the one that got us up for church every goddamn week. My grandmother, my aunt's the ones that got me my bow tie straight and my tie straight and my gear check straight when I made sure I was presentable. Because that was a woman's job. That's her crown, to make sure her children are presentable, that her children behave correctly, so they don't grow up and start dancing on fucking chairs in restaurants. Y'all throw your goddamn womb out the window. And I'm not saying that to be mean to you. I'm saying it so you can realize what you're doing. Stop trying to throw it at men all the time. What is your responsibility in the family? What is your responsibility in the community? And talk to those women. And don't come over here and talk to men. The men that we over here talking to each other. We talking about accountability. You just heard Edwin Anderson talking about if you fucking dusty bitches, or if you ain't handling your business, if you shooting up a club and getting crazy women pregnant, you deserve what you get. There's accountability over here. Where's the accountability amongst women? Tag, you win.
Oh, see, Jay Sean's a New Yorker, but I'm a Baltimorean. What I'm gonna say is gonna be mean spirited and a motherfucker.
I got it after you.
Number one, see, Jay Sean, like a fellow serviceman like me. See, you gotta understand something. Our kids don't come over for the weekend. Our kids don't fucking come over for the summer. They live with us.
Yeah.
There's times I got to make sure my son is up and I got COVID. I have to wear masks and gloves and wake him up to make sure he's up on time. But let's get back to the statement. We need to teach our sons to love our daughters. You need to teach your fucking daughters to love themselves and stop whoring them out like the fucking brothels.
Yeah.
See, number one, I've said it on my show yesterday, and I'll say it today. None of you bitches can hold a candle to my mother and her generation of women.
Can't. They not them.
You won't. You don't even pride yourself off of that shit.
My grandmother wouldn't even said nothing like that in the chat room. My grandmother took full responsibility for the grandchildren.
As a matter of fact, this is how sorry a lot of you bitches have become. You're too fat. You're too mean-spirited. You're too lazy. COVID showed us another thing. You bitches can't even raise your own goddamn kids.
Yeah, they throw motherhood out the window, man.
You like a lot of shit. You like a lot of shit in your pussy. You just can't take care of what comes out of it.
Yeah.
You don't hear men bitching about, I can't raise my kid by myself. They like, fuck you. Give me my child. But here it is. Why don't you need to fucking tell these bitches to get off of somebody's fucking hard-earned furniture?
And they're talking back and you can't say nothing to them. That's home training.
A lot of you got the fucking morals of a fucking Philistine, you fucking Jezebel.
Look, Charles, they're throwing womanhood out the window. That's why I don't win.
Womanhood. First of all they want to do is get tattooed.
Yeah.
They want to drink all the time. They want to cuss and fuss. They don't even want to be women. They want to be
Stone Cold
Steve Austin.
Where you live at?
I'm from Baltimore.
And what do you do for a living, Charles?
And I'm a police officer, so don't lie to me. Don't lie to me and think that I've been screwed going into people's fucking houses for 14 years. And you bitches don't even have a relationship with your daughters. You know why? Because you're too busy trying to fight your daughters because you think she's trying to fuck your man. But you let every fucking pedophile come in your fucking daughter's life trying to molest them. Let's talk some statistics since you got this big mouth bitch want to open up hers. Number one, your children are 4 times more likely to what? To get molested in a single mother home.
Mm-hmm. Now, you know what's crazy? Time out, Charles. Time out. This chick is going hard in the paint. This is exactly.
Yeah, she in the comments going crazy.
Let it keep doing it. I want this on the record. You know why? Because she's talking to a single father of high earning, who's a high earner.
She's talking to 2 of them.
And exactly. And then I was going to bring you up.
Do me a favor, Chaos. Every time she makes a comment. Every time she makes a comment, bring that shit up so everybody can see it.
See it, exactly, man. I want to know how it works, man. Because if we can't say nothing, then nobody
Charles,
can.
bro, be careful, bro. You know your situation, bro. Don't get too hype over this shit, bro.
Guys, one thing, can I say something? I have Mahogany in the background. Let me bring her up. Hello, Mahogany Roots. Good
Hi, Chaos. How you doing, sweetheart?
I'm good.
She would come in.
I
know with that nice voice, you know, and bring us all down.
Hold up.
Can I address her? Could y'all please let me address her? Please, I'm begging.
Hold up. She said what in that comment? I know plenty of men from. No, you don't, because Baltimore has a significant amount of single fathers who raise their kids on their own. They have a significant amount of fathers who are married to the women they have children to. So first of all, you need to shut your ugly fucking looking like a fucking Care Bear threw up on your ass picture up. You fucking ugly ass Rastafarian looking
Sydney, why don't you come up on the panel, hon, because you can speak up for yourself instead of being bullied. Why don't you hop up and
ain't being bullied.
Guys,
it's not even about being bullied.
Quickly. Guys. I got to step away for 6-10 minutes. I will come back if you be peaceful if possible. You know what I'm saying? All right.
Can I address? Let me address.
And wait a minute. I'm going
to monitor the channel a little bit. All right, for a little bit.
I'm not even bullying anybody. I'm just telling the God honest gospel truth. See, chicks like look at her picture for one. That's what you want to represent. Blonde hair, lime green glasses, and a bunch of throw up on your shirt. You don't even look like somebody that I can take seriously. Look at this shit. I've known women like you before. You're disgusting. See, women who are of some substance, at one time, would not even speak in the realm of men, or would at least explain themselves further.
Yeah.
First and foremost, let's look at the mother's responsibility. I've said it on my channel, and I'll say it again. You're supposed to protect the culture, teach the children, and protect the man's glory and image. You don't even protect your own image.
Mm-hmm.
You wonder why white boys could go out there to teenage black girls and look at them as whores. What do you portray?
Look at what you know. What's crazy? Look at your thumbnail and look at our thumbnails.
Exactly. Yeah. Suited and booted, and she's looking like somebody like.
And you know what? Let me say this right here. And you know who made me like this? You know who taught me how to dress? The women in my family. Hold on. Let me say this real quick, Charles. I'm gonna let everybody know that's why this is my icon. My icon used to be different back in the day, but I made this my icon when I put a picture of myself up to make this a representation because that's what I was raised by. That I want to represent the people who raised me. You understand me? I'm a representation of the women who raised me. I'm an embodiment of them. So when you sit here and talk about teaching your black boys, who the black boys with the women most of the time? Even when the man is in the house, they still spend most of their time with the mother. That's what I'm saying.
Your fucking let me address the sister. Let me address the sister.
But I'm not finished.
Okay, so go ahead, Charles.
You got
I want you to address her, but I'm not finished with that. Look at that.
Okay, so I just want to ask. Okay, so what? Okay, so this is what I like to ask. I'm from South Florida. I'm not from Baltimore. I'm not from New York. So I would like for you to tell. What would you like to hear? There's a reason why I'm asking her this question. I know that shit just made Charles heart like a fuck, but Charles, there's a reason why I'm asking her that question. What would you like for us to say? What if you were on the panel or if you were a man, how would you address how we sound? What would you be saying? What would your dad say in this space or your uncle that you respect?
Oh, my uncle will be my grandfather.
No, I'm asking the young lady. I'm asking her. What would she like to hear?
Oh, I think she jumped off the camera.
No. She said she asked the question and no one answered it. And let me make sure I scroll up.
I think I asked her question. I answered the question. I think I saw her question. That's what I responded to. Is everybody there?
Oh, I'm here.
Okay.
Because you got to understand something, women like her. Stop blaming the women. So if you have 75% of the kids 75% of the time.
Right. As I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Like so the men are supposed to do everything. We're supposed to be providers, protectors, fix the infrastructure, do all kinds of shit, and raise the fucking kids.
When she says, wait, Jay Sean, when she says, why don't we teach them how to love why don't black dads teach their sons how to love? What you really are trying to say, and I want to be very clear what you're saying. Why don't you force your sons to deal with whatever black women are coming to the table with? I want you to be very clear about what you're saying. Your issue isn't love. Your issue is that you see, and I'm going to go right to it. I'm not going to take long to get to it. Your issue is that you see black celebrity men piping non-black women. That's what your real issue is. And you feel like they validate them. You want black celebrity men to marry Gabby Sidibe. You want black celebrity men to marry Serena Williams. And by the way, a lot of black men find Serena Williams attractive. So that's what your real issue is. You want to be part of that upper class of white women. That's what your real issue is.
Yeah. They want you to settle. They want you to settle for bad behavior, all that kind of stuff. That's what she's asking in the chat room. Because when you sit here and say, "Can teach your sons to love black women," and you have the child, you know what I mean? Like, for instance, I'm trying to figure out where all these boys coming from. Right now we're not dealing with reality. You understand me? I was raised by a single mother who didn't want me, so I spent time with my grandmother. And I'm glad that happened, because if it was my mother's example alone, I'd probably be out here on some self-destructive, anti-black female stuff too. But I have a certain level of respect for black womanhood. So I'm not going to cheapen it by going along with fucked up behavior. I'm not going to go along with black female. I actually know what real black women are.
There's the link. Stop being a coward. Because number one, I know chicks like you. You want to talk about women are supposed to not even have a responsibility. Mm-hmm. Like Oliver Queen said in Arrow, you failed this community.
Yeah.
Y'all were in charge of this motherfucker for 50 years. Y'all fucking 65 to 75% of you.
That was crazy. Charles, didn't I just say a minute ago, if we want to create a better environment, create a better society, we're going to have to raise one? You know what I mean? Did I just say that?
You gotta burn this motherfucker to the ground.
That's what we have to do because we got women like you who don't take no responsibility. Women who don't care about being mothers. They don't care. They don't have a mother instinct in them at all. Because a real mother was like, you know what? I'm responsible for the kids. My kid is not going to go around here, sagging his pants. You tell him you can't control how kids dress.
There is no number. There is no number. You click the StreamYard's link, but I forgot. Reading's fundamental, right? That's how you get in. The absent. Let me be educational for a minute, Jay Shine.
All right, I'm back.
See if this chick wants the link to come up.
All right, hold on. I'm gonna send the link. I see her.
You might as well bring that video down because we gonna get you some numbers today on Chaos.
Yeah, but this hold on, guys, came back. I'll bring you up, Femi. Hold on, let me see if you're there. If you come up, Femi, try not to restrict back and forth at possible because this stream's going to soon done in like maybe 25 minutes. Come already past 3 hours. If you can do that, that's good. All right.
If we need more time, I'll open up one.
You know what's crazy about that question? You know what's crazy about that question, Charles? That question is the same as me asking a woman, when y'all going to teach your daughter.
Oh, there she goes. There she goes.
Oh, let me take this down. This middle thing. The screen share.
Oh God.
Someone's take down the screen share because.
Here we go. We can already tell.
All right. Can you hear? All right. Go ahead.
Go ahead, ma'am.
Is she there?
You sound distant though. You sound like you're a million miles away from your phone.
Okay. Hold on. That's probably why.
Let me talk to her, y'all. Let me.
Oh no!
Is this Femi?
What about now?
Femi, jump down, jump back in. The phone is not adjusting; it's too low. Just jump back down and jump back up. It might be the connection, possibly. Just jump down, come back up.
Yeah, so I think she needs a high value man and get her a better phone.
She needs to get off that iPhone flip phone.
Hello.
Oh, I appreciate it. You sound like okay, it's working. Working.
You hear me?
Yeah, you better.
Okay.
Bluetooth, that's why it's messed up.
No, I ain't on Bluetooth no more. I took it off the Bluetooth.
Okay. So, what's your question?
Hopefully y'all can hear me.
So, let me ask you this question. You talked about absentee fathers, right? Who has more influence? The person who's there 90% of the time or the person who's there 10% of the time?
Okay, let me. Since y'all didn't answer my question when I asked, I'm not.
What question? What question was it? Because you came up here.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, it's still bad.
Okay.
I actually did answer her in the chat, but she didn't read it.
When an absentee, first of all, I don't have any kids, so my perspective is not coming from.
What they did.
Well, I do. I'm a single father with an absentee mother. So go ahead.
So am I. So when
you talking to two single fathers with absentee moms. Go ahead.
Okay.
With careers, by the way.
And I don't know if that's hurting y'all.
No, we're not. No, what's hurting me is this volume problem that you're having.
Hold on, Femi, guys, Femi. You say you took off.
Because I don't know if y'all can hear me.
You sound better now.
The phone is bad. Just hang up off the stream, and come back in. Maybe it'll correct.
Oh, you mean completely hang up from the stream? Okay.
No. You good now.
You're good now.
I'm good now.
Do that.
You're good now.
Okay.
Guys, let me control. Just jump out and jump back in. It'll correct it. If you were on Bluetooth before and you come off it, it'll fix it.
Oh, okay. I know what you're saying. Okay.
Oh, okay.
Cause you gotta understand, guys. Once you do the Bluetooth and you try to cut it off while you're on StreamYard, it's gonna interrupt. So the best way to do is you have to hang up completely on the stream, come back in, and it will reconnect properly. That's how StreamYard operates. For those guys that's watching, thank you. 22 watching, hit the like button. I might push to 30, but I doubt it today because it's already 3 hours. But we'll see. All right, she's back.
You can hear me?
Yes, now it's
Yes.
Okay, great. You was right. It resetted it. Because I couldn't hear y'all either, to be honest with you. But okay. So this is when I asked the question, I mean, I know that you don't know me and you're just gonna automatically think I'm this hurt Black woman. He knows me from Facebook. Anytime I make a statement on Facebook, people swear I'm single and all this and all that. None of that. I'm not single. I had my dad. I had my mom and my dad. I had everybody in my life. But I look at the people around me, and I'm also a hairstylist. So I get a bunch of women in my chair, and I get a bunch of men in my chair, and I hear tons and tons of stories. So trust me, when my perspective is not coming from me, it's coming from the hundreds of people that been in my chair, women and men. Now, when you're talking to me about absentee fathers and who has the child most of the time, the mother has the child most of the time. So what I'm going to ask you, what psychological, what mental health state do you think that a mother, because men be in a messed up mental health state, regardless if y'all get help or not, if y'all want to admit it or not, y'all have a very bad mental health state stemming from white supremacy.
Are you a man?
I could. No, I'm not a man, but I know how to read books. How can I say that? Because I listen to Dr. Boyce Watkins and Dr. Boyce Watkins.
Oh God, we already know. We already know you a lost. We already know you a lost cause with that one. We already know you a lost cause.
Wait. I already know the low self-esteem of Black men. Y'all cannot never
we don't have low self-esteem.
Listen, can y'all be quiet? Because I'm not gonna.
Because we're not gonna be quiet.
Listen, I'm not gonna talk to y'all. I'm answering the question. Because y'all can't seem to answer the question.
Number one, I'm gonna answer your question.
First of all,
Boyce Watkins, can you
if you can't be a man,
you can't be a woman to shut the hell up. Because right now, you're not gonna do that shit.
Did I call in and hear you?
You're not gonna do that shit. You're not gonna do that rainbow feminist bullshit.
Did I call in?
Because I'm gonna go in. Because first of all, just like you need adult classes to speak English.
That's so feminine.
Just like you need to speak
How you
adult
gonna call in
classes.
and ask me to speak and not let me speak?
You can't control the thing. You ask me a question, I'm gonna answer it.
I didn't ask you no question yet, yo.
Number
I didn't
one,
ask you no
once you
question.
said Boyce Watkins,
or do you just want to talk?
once you said Boyce Watkins,
Wait a minute. I didn't ask
Boyce
you no
Watkins,
question. Are you
Boyce
listening or do you
Watkins
just
is
want
an
to hear
ass
yourself
kisser.
talk? See, this is why
Shut
we can't
the
get
fuck
nowhere
up.
with y'all Black men, because y'all
That's
don't
the
know how to
reason
shut
why.
up.
Because you hate
Y'all don't know
Black
how to
men.
shut up and listen.
Because you're
Y'all don't
really
know
a
how to
low-key
shut up and
lesbian.
listen.
That's why.
And you know
You're
what?
a feminist lesbian.
Hey.
And you a lesbian. That's why you're not married.
Yeah.
You're single. Yes,
Nigga,
you're
I
a
am
lesbian.
married. What are you talking
You
about?
know you're
I
not
literally
married
just
to
gave you the
married to
whole
your
presentation.
vibrator.
I literally just gave you
Married
the
to
whole
your gas
presentation.
powered vibrator. That's about it. First of all, go ahead with your
okay,
question.
you
and
know
I'm
what?
gonna
When
answer
men
it.
act childish like that, and this time needs to be what's
When
your
men
man.
act childish,
Look at you. I called in.
Look at
you
you
really
called
showing your
in,
true
and
colors,
you
dude.
can't even show your fucking picture. Here's the question, right?
Nigga, I don't have to show my picture.
Shut the fuck because you would break the phone. Because you would break the phone. That's why.
I'm trying to speak. Y'all asked me to call in. Did you ask me to call in? Did you ask me to call in?
Number one, let's answer your question.
Look, you showing your feelings like a woman, yo. You showing your feelings like a woman. You asked me to call in. I'm trying to speak.
So what's the difference?
Do you want to be a woman?
Not by the hairs of your chinny chin chin.
Could I engage the young lady? Could I engage the lady?
Finish your question.
The single mothers in the home. The single mothers in the home. What do you think their mental state
Charles,
is?
let me address her, please. Ma'am,
I'll be right back. Hold on. I got to step away. I'll be right back. Please, it's two people talking.
I got it.
Big Strike, do you want to I'll be right back.
Finish your question.
Go ahead, ma'am. And I'm speaking now. I'm gonna speak to you like this, okay? Very low.
I'm speaking to y'all.
Go ahead.
I'm gonna just let you know. When you leave a single mother, first of all, y'all act like y'all left these women unbroken. Y'all sit up there and y'all cheat on women, y'all beat them, y'all sexually harass them, and then y'all leave them with the children, and y'all had the audacity to be like, what is she teaching them? You just broke her. You broke her and left her. You left her to fend for the child. That means financially, emotionally. You left her to do this. And then y'all had the audacity to be like, well, what was the A woman, let me tell you something. A woman is nothing without her man. A woman is nothing without her man. And the problem is there's not enough fucking men running around for us to be something. We have men like y'all that'll sit up there and talk about a woman and the hairs on her chin. This is what we have. So we have this in y'all.
You got it. No
so
offense,
Charles, please let me address. Charles, please, let her go. Let her go. Let her go. Let her go, Charles. Let her go. Charles, let her go. Let her go. Let her go. Let her go. Let her go.
You and having your child, right? And you talking about me, calling me fat, calling me chinny chin chin Miss Piggy, and I have your child and you leave me. And what you think I'm supposed to do? Like, I'm gonna ask you in the mental.
Madam, can I address that?
In the mental state that you would have left, and I can see how you would treat a woman. You don't even know me, and you talking about me like that.
Charles, let me get it. Let me get it, Charles. Please, let me get it, Charles.
You cannot talk for 20 minutes straight. She addressed me.
Ma'am,
number one.
You're right. You're right.
Let's talk about this. Let's talk about this. 52 to 53% of black men don't even have kids.
Hey, yo, nigga, answer my question.
And guess what? So, no, shut the fuck up. Why don't you just shut the fuck up with your manly ass?
Okay, let me address it, Please, Charles, let me get it.
You with this fucking manly ass shit.
Ma'am,
can you shut up so I can answer?
Go ahead, Charles.
The reason why I don't need all that.
Okay, ma'am. Okay, let me. Okay, Charles, let me talk to her.
You gave her 20 minutes to cry about why your life sucks. You fucking.
Let me get it, Charles. Please let me get it. Please let me talk to her.
Go ahead and talk to her.
I'll talk now. All right. Okay, Miss Femi, I'm speaking now. Miss Femi, I'm speaking. Wait, Charles, chill. Charles, let me talk to her.
Go back to her lily pad.
Let me talk to her.
Tell this fucking.
Miss, I'm talking to you. Calm. Ma'am, you said all y'all. I'm speaking. Okay. Charles, let me get it. Let me talk to her. Let me talk to her.
Go ahead and talk to her because she wants to just
Let me talk to her.
Because we already know that you wear like 3 bras and shit.
Femi, let me address what you were saying. I got a case. I got it. I'm gonna talk to her. Charles, let me give me some space.
Yeah, Charles, a little boy. You seem more.
Okay, Miss, you don't have to go for the insults, Miss. Please, I'm speaking to you now.
Did you tell him that when he was talking about hero matching and calling me fat bitches and all that?
Because
I'm addressing you now.
The leaders already established that. The leaders already established that we was with the insults.
We don't need you to patronize us. We get it. We understand what's going on.
Can I interject real quick?
Go ahead.
All right, look, this is what we got to do. All right, Femi, look, you passionate, cool, you know what I mean? But if you give you the floor and we let you talk and you ask a question, his answer is going to be his answer. Let him give his answer in totality.
I see that he's simple, and I'm gonna have to give him A, B, and C answers.
This isn't gonna work, guys.
No,
it's not. Now it's not gonna work.
Because he's not answering the question. He keeps giving me.
Okay, let me address the question. Let me answer the question. Then, if you don't feel like Charles,
of the mother who are going to raise your children,
please let me address this. Please let me talk to the young lady.
Hold on. Okay, you want me to answer that question, right? Number one.
Oh boy.
How can you blame men for children that you allowed into this world?
Oh my fucking God! This shit is ridiculous. You are ridiculous. Everybody talking about answer the question. Y'all sit up there and cheat on girls. Cheat on girls. From Baltimore that they kill their women.
Let me go through your whole state.
Let me go through your whole state.
Charles, please let me get it. Charles, let me talk to her.
This is the reason why men don't have children with your masculine asses.
Let me address her.
You are a man.
No, we don't want your children that y'all don't take care of. We don't want your children.
Hold on.
Let me get this. Please, let me address this, y'all.
You don't do shit.
Please let me speak to the lady.
All of y'all benefit off the government in the backs of working men.
Nigga, you don't even know me.
You don't even
work. Know me. He know what I do. You don't even know me. You don't know what this is. I can guarantee you. I'm pulling away.
That's what you dry shade, useless. I bet you.
I guarantee that because you know what? All black women are doing women better than black men.
Oh, no, they're not.
That's pretty inaccurate, actually, man. Miss, that's
not
wait,
even
Charles, let me get it. Let me talk. Please,
You
Charles, let me go.
I want some
dumpy face, ugly ass.
Let me talk, please, y'all. Let me talk, please. Miss Femi, I'm speaking. Miss Femi, let me speak, please, Femi.
Because I can dig.
Oh boy.
Abuse is only physical, you jackass.
Chaos, it's on you.
Chaos. You just another fat feminist.
He's verbally
just
abusing
another
man. I can imagine how he treats a woman. I can imagine how he treats a woman.
I treat women well, but I treat who said you're a woman? I treat you just like one of the fellas because you look like it.
Oh my God. Okay. You can say all that if it makes you feel better, but it's obviously you're.
But you don't want me to answer your
question.
You don't want me to answer your question.
Like you're in the kindergarten.
You don't want me to answer the question because it's going to affect you.
You keep coming with insults. You know, you got a grown man body with a little boy brain.
Nah, and you got a grown man body too.
Big man body with a little boy.
You look like a Hall of Fame linebacker.
Chaos. Yeah, I'm gonna do this.
This is
there's no order now.
Number one.
Next second. Hold on. Before Charles, I got you. Refresh that, guys. Because the chat room said they can't understand it. And I'm
exactly. It's a mess.
Yeah.
She's going to keep
yelling. Unmute yourself. Not yet.
Number one, I'm going to answer her question in full verbatim. Number one.
Okay.
The mental state of a lot of these women in the modern era. You're not socialized to be mothers nor wives. You have babies willy-nilly. You talk about men don't take care of their babies. Who else is? I'm going to ask the same thing I asked earlier. Black women been in control of the community for 50 years. Has the community gotten better or worse? Worse, I say. And you can't blame the men. Here's another one, right? The community itself, when you talk about people in your chair, people lie. A lot of these women will have babies to keep a man. Oh, this is something else?
Hello?
Hello?
Charles, you got. So let me address the young lady. So you spoke about the people in your church. Okay, Charles, let me touch on something.
I'm gonna just say this while I still got it on my mind.
Okay.
A lot of these people will go in your chair and lie. See, I have a job as a police officer where I go into their lives, into their homes. A lot of these women will pay these homosexuals to stay with them, get them pregnant, and then they want something to argue about. See, something about women, y'all need drama to make your life interesting. Y'all need to say, well, these black men ain't take care of their kids. That's a lie because statistically, black men are the best fathers on the planet. You have two of them right here. Then on top of that, let's look at this also. You showed the man, as soon as you said Boyce Watkins or Moist Watkins, all he does is kiss his black women's ass. He doesn't tell y'all the truth. As soon as somebody says something about accountability and black women, here y'all go.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
Yeah.
But yet, let's say you did get pregnant by a guy, which you still have 33 different contraceptives. You're going to say that men are responsible when we have abstinence, maybe pull-out game, and condoms. You have 33 different options, including abortion, Plan B, and adoption.
What are your options?
Shut up. I'm not finished. This is how much of a fucking man you are. This is how much of a man you are. Because number one, my son lives with me. I'm not in a lesbian relationship like you.
Okay.
Because only that transgender energy comes from those shits, okay?
No, you know where the energy comes
because
from?
a lot of that transgender. But guess what? I can imagine. Actually, he's well taken care of. I can imagine what your life partner goes through.
Okay, let me could y'all please let me talk? Please let me talk.
Does this sound like an educated black woman that you can bring to the boss
I can tell that you're an abusive,
does this sound like a woman?
man.
I can tell.
Charles, let me talk. Please let me talk.
I can tell that you're a very strong black man as well. I can tell.
Let me talk.
I can tell
let me
why.
talk. Please.
Your little avatar with the little blonde dreads, your identity crisis.
How do you even know that's me?
Well, we know it's not you because you probably got more facial hair than I do.
I probably got more balls than you too, huh?
We know you do. We know you do.
Miss Finney, please. Miss Finney, if you would speak to me, you know Charles would have stopped a long time ago. Miss Finney, you realize that you would just address me. Miss Finney, you realize that if you just speak to me, Charles would have stopped.
From the sound of your voice,
are you getting off on this? Okay, all right.
That's what you do.
She could have ended this like a million years ago if she just would talk to me.
You sound like
oh my God, Charles is getting off on this right now.
Oh my God!
All right, guys.
I bet you the only way you can get a man is because of the fix man.
You don't
have a nigga. No nigga claim you, except in a boxing match.
Oh my God.
Charles. All right. It's good. Now, Mr. C, you have a question?
Yes, I just wanted to address some of the stuff that she was saying. I just need some space to talk. I just need some space to speak. First, you were speaking about the men and the women that sit in your chair, if I'm not mistaken. That's what you said, right? And the stories that you hear, and you're going off of the stories that you hear. Charles is right. People do lie. Number one. Number two, you spoke about domestic violence. Wait, Miss Finney.
Why do y'all men think that y'all all that? You want to know what the girl told me yesterday?
I'm speaking to you at this tone. I'm speaking to you at this tone, man.
The man used to become a molester. That's what you black men do. That's what y'all do. Where's your accountability?
Do you understand how I'm speaking to you right now?
Yeah.
I'm speaking to you at this level right here. I have not yelled at you. I have not used any profanity.
You're telling me that my clients are lying to me about their life experience.
No,
like I'm somebody for them to lie to.
Miss,
that
I'm
doesn't make any sense.
That doesn't make any sense. Miss Finney, yes, it does make sense. Miss Finney, I'm going to continue to call you Miss Finney. I'm telling you that they're not only lying to you, they're lying to themselves about certain stories. I'm telling you that according to the CDC, domestic violence in the black community is largely bidirectional.
Let me tell you something. I was in the West End the other day, right? And I watched a man.
Miss Finney, could you pause for a second? Miss Finney, can you pause for a second? Miss Finney.
So why are y'all acting like y'all not out here doing this to us?
Miss Finney, you're yelling at me right now, and I'm speaking to you at this tone. Miss Finney, I'm speaking to you at this tone.
But guess what type of guy
she messing with? Charles, please, pause, Charles, let me go. Miss Finney.
She wasn't messing with no man.
Miss Finney.
Somebody robbed her, they robbed her.
Miss Finney, could I ask you a question? So
you from Baltimore, you don't know that fucking story? When I know more about Baltimore than you? What about the girl that was on the corner?
Why don't you talk like a woman? Why don't you do something that's impossible and speak like a lady?
I want you to understand something.
You must be looking at your reflection.
It is impossible.
You make it so easy. You make it so easy that your truck driving looking ass.
Wait, Charles. Let me get this. Miss Finney, I want you to understand that Charles spoke to you and he was yelling at you and you were yelling back. I'm speaking to you at this tone and you're still yelling at me. What do you think the audience is understanding about you right now?
I don't care what the audience think. Y'all didn't answer any of my questions. I can care less.
Okay, I did address your question and you overlooked it, man.
What do you think the audience thinks about a man that was verbally abusive to a woman that he doesn't even know? They're going to know that he's an abusive person. So he should be more concerned about that.
And you don't know.
Vocabulary.
Miss
Abuse is
I
only
want
physical.
you.
Hold on, time out. Let me say something real
Go
quick.
ahead. Go ahead.
It's this. To keep it even. You know what I mean? You sit here and call us names. You don't know us.
Yo, did y'all not start that with me? Did you not tell me about it here in my chin? Look at your picture. Look at the blog. You were the man. You led me into this. But see, this is why
wait. Jason, let me get that.
I didn't say nothing like this in the chat. Y'all can read my whole chat. You started this Baltimore boy, Baltimore dummy.
Why are you yelling?
Miss Femi.
Why am I yelling? Because y'all won't let me speak, and I have to speak over y'all.
You don't have to speak over us.
You asked me a question, and I answered you.
Miss Femi, you do not have to speak over us.
Well, we're telling you, you don't have to.
Miss Femi, you do not have to yell. I'm speaking to you at this tone. Jay Sean is speaking to you at a low tone.
Because you've been real patient.
And what I'm saying.
What the fuck you mean you gonna let him speak?
You see what I'm saying? He's a fucking woman.
Boy.
Yo, block her. Get her out of here, man.
Yeah, I got.
She's
So let me address this. Let me address this before y'all go. Let me address this.
Come on, who the fuck she think she is? Let us speak.
Jay Sean just snapped. That's Jay. He's out of here.
I'm gonna snap out.
Yeah.
Hey, Jay Sean was calm as hell until she said he was calm until
Listen to me. These are the dusty females we don't talk about. These are not the real sisters.
I tried, bro. I tried, y'all.
That's those manly. That's those manly. Built like a.
Listen to me.
I tried.
Hey guys,
you know why I was quiet? I was listening to her. She said something about how you Baltimore niggas are, and then she just sat here and talked about her niggas from Baltimore. That's how I know how y'all are. So this is the hypocrisy and the confusion that exists in these sisters, man. And that's why I don't argue with her. She's irrational. We gave her the floor. I'm like, yo, just calm down. She can't do that. She want to make an excuse why she can't calm down. No control of herself. How the fuck you want to raise a kid and tell a kid to chill out and behave and you can't hold yourself? You know what I mean? Together.
Exactly. She can't hold herself accountable, but yet.
Charles, I want to apologize to you first, brother. Let me apologize to you because at first when you started yelling at her and she yelling at you back, I'm like, God damn, Charles done lost it. And this nigga got COVID. This nigga about to die right now on this phone. This nigga better stop it. And then when I finally started speaking to her and I spoke to her calm,
rapists and abusers,
she went off the rails.
First of all, let's talk about some Baltimore niggas, right? Baltimore niggas. The fucked up part about it is too many Baltimore niggas protect bitches like her. Baltimore niggas don't fucking check bitches like her. That's why she go to her manly little shit.
Hey Charles, let me say
she's gonna sit there and say, why would they lie to their hairdresser? You're not a fucking therapist, you low class bitch.
But here's another thing.
You're not even
not only that.
Bitch, I wouldn't piss on
go ahead, Jason. Go ahead. I'll go after you.
You can talk like that, kind of prove it, man.
Let me just say this real quick, man. When we opened up the floor and we started talking about this when I first came on about socialization.
Bitch breasts like some Ovaltine and shit.
Charles, calm man. I know you want to get it. I know she got you sparked, but let me have the floor. Bro.
Charles is on fire.
Charles is ridiculous, man. Yeah, we need you alive, nigga. You know what I mean?
Chill out.
Ugly ass bitch look like a fucking full grown lizard in the face. Trying to talk about some shit. Hey, look like some. She look like some. That ugly bitch teeth probably look like some dissolved tablets. Ugly bitch.
Hey, Charles, let me talk, bro.
Look like a whole bitch showing the face.
You gonna turn this shit into the comedy hour. Look, man.
This bitch.
Hey, Charles is the nigga that 18 niggas gotta pull off another dude.
God damn, that bitch. No, that bitch genetic pool. I bet you that bitch fucking genetic pool look like Hawk's.
You know what I mean? You
know that bitch fucking gene pool look like Hawk spit. Fuck
where's
that
Charles' son at? Charles, we need you. Come get this nigga. Come get this nigga.
I'm gonna try this one more time.
Fucking, this bitch thinks she's something because she discovered deodorant a week ago. Ugly bitch. You sound dirty, you project bitch.
Oh god.
But go ahead, Jay Sean.
Go ahead, Jay Sean. After Jay Sean, I'm gonna have to close this out because
No, I really will. I gotta touch on something after Jay Sean. Please.
All right, go ahead.
And I was actually going to share my screens. I was going to show all these goddamn murders these women be doing, but never mind. We got to belabor the point. You can go to YouTube and find out on your own.
No. If you have it, we could show because it's mine as well. We'll learn it. So.
I mean, I can show while I'm talking. So, you can go ahead and get the screen,
And oh, yeah, by the way, bitch,
I'm opening up a screen just for a whole hour to talk about your raggedy fucking tooth ass. I bet you before you were a hairdresser, you used to be a professional can opener, weren't you? You couldn't make it as a stripper because of the C-section and bullet wounds, huh?
So the issue that we have here is that she got into it with Charles. All right. When Charles finally came down and gave me some space to speak, I spoke to her like this with this tone. And the second I said, but ma'am, it's factually inaccurate. But domestic violence in the black community is largely bi-directional. She flipped her shit on me. And I was speaking to her like this. I hit her with facts, not opinion. And I told her, hey, she said, why would people lie to their hairdresser? Ma'am, Charles is a police. They lie to him to his face. I have a best friend that's a police. They lie to him to his face. You think they're not going to lie to you as a hairdresser? They're lying to the authorities to their face. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? So like when I try to address you on a level, you blow past me and address Charles. You liked yelling back and forth with Charles. Charles was getting off on that shit.
Let me put it to you this way, right? It's not even unilateral. 67%. This is FBI statistics.
Oh yeah, that's true. It's initiated by women.
67% women are the aggressor. Almost 70% of domestic violence in the black community is by women.
Women initiate, yeah.
How many men call when their women hit them in the face, scratch their face, stab them, shoot them? But as soon as you talk loud, you're verbally abusive. As big and strong as she is, and she want to talk about verbal abuse, that bitch look like Thanos in the face, okay? And she want to talk about abuse. First of all, that's a woman. That's a feminist talking point. You're being verbally abusive. You're cussing me out too. But no, you're being verbally. I said as soon as you said Boyce Watkins, you probably one of them Derek Jackson nut huggers too.
Jesus. Uh-oh.
Because number one, the lack of accountability. I'm gonna be calm and I'm not even gonna cuss. That's how great I'm gonna do it for you all. Number one, there's no way in hell a fucking absentee father is going to have more influence over a mother that's there 97% of the time. If you really want to say that y'all doing all this work, why aren't you producing fucking aerospace scientists? Are you producing more jailbirds being single mothers? As a matter of fact, with all this political power and education you got, you all pretty much prove to us that you're okay with your sons being locked up at fucking alarming rates. Less than 700,000 women in the planet are in jail right now all over the globe. 700 and about 20,000 is just black men being locked up in the United States alone. You love this supremacy. Okay? We're going to go back to another one. Didn't cuss yet, did I? No. Let's look at another factoid. About 4 to 5 times more likely, your children are more subjected to being abused, both sexually and physically, in single mother homes. You know why? Because a lot of you are chasing men. Ask me how I know. You're ready to fight your own daughters rather than get that man arrested for trying to molest your daughter. But these are the great women that do everything, right? Mm-hmm. At the same time, your streets are ran by drug dealers, your sons, and you're afraid of them. And the only time you want to call the father to play the sheriff is when he's too big and too strong for you to physically abuse by beating him. You don't even talk to your kids, you beat them. Let's go by how you raise your kids on the street. When I see a black man with their child, especially when the child is 3 and under or 4 and under, that black man has that child either in his arms or by the hand. You chicks will have that child 20 to 30 feet behind you and yell, I'm not even going to cuss. You need to hurry up. But you waiting to come up there for some gossip and a cheer. And that's your gospel truth. Many of you see these chicks getting money from their side dudes to get their hair done. But you know what you do? You listen to those effeminate gay men or those wild ass women. But yet, when we try to be factual, and I'll give Black in Effect credit because he was the calmest one, you want to give us permission to talk. You don't give permission to a damn person, okay? You're not even in control of your life because you're the one who's hurt by all the men that threw their DNA up in you like a fucking dumpster. No man truly wants you of substance. It's not my fault. It's not Jay Sean's fault. It's not Mr. Z's fault. It's not Chaos's fault. It's yours. So the day Black women actually take responsibility for being the accomplice of their own destruction, because brothers always said it. Black men ain't good fathers. We challenged ourselves and said, we're going to be the best damn fathers. Black men don't get education or they don't get your careers. We're going to get that. When is it time for y'all to stop being overweight? When is it time for y'all to stop being manly? When is it time for y'all to stop making excuses of why you raise terrible children? When is the excuses are going to stop? All I see here is 50 years of bitterness, 50 years of penis envy, 50 years of failure. And unfortunately for you all, you got to put that license plate on the back and the front of your ass and drive it. The ball's in your court. And you got to come up here and talk bragging about some damn hairstylist. Hell out of here. You can't tell it that's me. Of course we can tell that's you. Because that's the thought fucking features y'all want to display. Here it is. A grown-ass man had to tell a group of grown-ass women to get the fuck off somebody's furniture.
Yeah, this is crazy.
But we lie.
Hey, Kurt, let me say something real quick, man. The sad thing about it is that we can't have a real conversation, right? And I was watching this show from the sister Erica Blunt from Baltimore before. This is what I was looking for. As you just saw playing in the background, you just saw all these arrests and all these sentences of women killing their kids, killing their boyfriends, killing other Black women. And the way that sister was talking, she acted like none of that other stuff existed. You know what I mean? It doesn't exist. And one of the rapidly growing prison populations in America right now are Black women. And they don't even have enough prisons for women in this country. Women don't even go to jail like that. You know what I mean? They get slaps on the wrist for a lot of things. How do I know? My homeboy Johnny was murdered by his wife, got 30 years and got 20 of it suspended. And she stabbed him like 18 times.
Oh, wow.
You know what I mean? So, even how society deals with female violence is different. And a lot of it's structural and whatnot. But for that sister to come on here and talk to Black men who never molested a child and put that on us, it shows you the sociology that's going on. Our sisters, a lot of them, not all of them, but some of them look at us the same way white society does. They pathologize us the same way white society does. We just one big nigga to them. So even if I sit here and say we got 2 Black men who are high earning, single fathers who got custody of their children, her remark is, when you gonna take responsibility for the child who got molested? When you gonna take? First of all, let me say this to Black women, anybody who come across this. Mm-hmm. When we get into this whole thing about protecting Black women and protecting children and stepping in all kinds of situations like that, there's only 2 ways that can happen. One, if we have a society ran by men where they can control things, where we can step in, right? That doesn't exist. So to even ask that question, to pose that question to Black men is fucked up. But secondly, the other thing is, we can't protect you from your boyfriend. We can't protect Megan Stallion from Tory. We can't protect you from the men you fuck. You know what I mean? It's illogical.
And openly
it's irrational. It's irrational. Just like you can't protect me from the woman I choose to lay down with, right? Even if you want to ignore her behavior, let's put her foul behavior aside, because even the fact that I laid down with her does not excuse the fact that she get to be an absentee mom or disrespectful or make parenting hard as fuck. All right? But put that aside, I take full responsibility for getting this woman pregnant. Obviously, because I stepped in and got custody, right? You can't take more responsibility than that. But that doesn't matter to her. That doesn't matter to her. It doesn't matter. I'll still will come on here and disrespect those men. I still would yell at the top of my lungs to those men. I still would, and then to make it even worse, Charles Faulkner is an essential worker. He's he's a first responder. He's the person you want to call when these so-called black men are beating your ass, or these so-called black men are doing things to you. You know what I mean? So,
hey man,
when I say you're throwing your womb out the window, you're not leaving us unstuck. You're leaving other black women unstuck. You understand? Because when y'all have no control of your emotions, and y'all raise kids in the hellhole, y'all raising men, all the emotional noise that you get raised around, this is the outcome. You get girls who are also out of control. It's not just the boys. And that's another reason why you're throwing your womb out the fucking window. You can keep throwing black men under the bus all you want. Who the fuck raised them? All I hear is when a black woman says it to me, all I hear is she's saying black womanhood ain't shit. That's what I hear. When I keep hearing about black men, I just keep hearing black motherhood ain't shit. Black motherhood ain't shit. Black motherhood ain't shit, because that's who raised them. The women who raised men like me are the reason why I stepped in to become a father. That's the reason why Generation X is the ones who changed that stereotype. We fell in the 60s and 70s. Because before the 50s, the black family was the most intact family in the country. That's historically factual. This is a group of people who came out of slavery, who were sold off, families being separated. Men had to step in and take care of masses, baby. This light-skinned baby that ain't his. We've been fucking stepdads for I don't know how long. And right now, we're still the number one stepdads in the country. Most black women who are married and have a man in the house is a man coming to take care of a kid that ain't his, and he's a black man. But it don't fucking matter to females like her. It don't matter. None of that shit matters. All she wants to do is sit in the victimhood, in the fucking cesspool of drama and pain. Meanwhile, advocating her responsibility as a mother. Mothers are very important. Men cannot do everything. I am not responsible and never will take responsibility for womanhood. I'm responsible for manhood. So I dress men a certain way, and I get in trouble too. I get in trouble all the time in this space, correcting men, as y'all know. I get in trouble all the time.
I witnessed it.
My channel is full of me pushing back against black male fuckery. But that doesn't exist in the black female space. See, the black females will come to my channel or channels like mine and enjoy me going at black men. You know what I mean? But they won't do that to black women because they have thrown their womanhood in the trash.
Because that's the representation of them.
And that's why I'm telling you, Charles, that's why I don't argue with them. I don't argue with them. The reason why I get along with a lot of sisters, I don't argue with them, and they think I'm not argumentative, is because I don't fucking waste my time. First of all, sister, you're not my leader. That's why I flipped out when she said, I'm going to let you speak. You're not my fucking leader.
And that's when Jay Sean was ready to kick her out after that.
That way, the fact you think you can talk black men that way crystallizes how you really feel about us and why we have such fucking issues amongst us in the first place.
I just want to remind y'all that she said she was married. She's married, y'all.
A lot of those women.
This is why. Hold up. This is why we don't get along. This is why we can't get anywhere. Well, no, we can't get anywhere when you have a mentality like that. When you have the audacity to talk to men you do not know like that. Professional men you do not know like that. Fathers you do not know like that. And there's no excuse for it. None. Because I don't give a fuck what Charles said to you. You're responsible for your respect. That's nothing. Don't tell me that somebody called me a name, so I did this. That's you're still a child. That's conversations I had with my daughter when she was in elementary school. Just because somebody says, baby, don't mean you have to do this. That's the conversations I used to have with a fucking child. And she's sitting on here at champion childhood behavior.
Let me address something. She said she's talking in the comments.
Mr. C, hold on, guys, because I don't want this to be 4 hours. So if anybody have any, Mr. I'm gonna let you say one last thing that we're going.
I'm gonna say this before he says it.
Mm-hmm.
So hopefully, Jay Sean, you still got time because I'm opening up one right after this one.
Okay. You wound him up, girl. God damn, you didn't wind this man up. Oh shit! Look what you done started.
What the issue with the sister is, Charles did calm down, and honestly, if you would have stopped addressing Charles and addressed me when I was speaking to you with the calm tone, Charles would have stopped saying something to you, right? Because then he would have sounded like a crazy person just going at you when you're speaking to me. But you enjoyed going back and forth with him. You enjoyed raising your voice. You enjoyed yelling, and Charles was getting off on it. That's the most excitement that nigga done seen in like 2 weeks. So you know what I'm saying? So Charles was with it. And I want you to understand, like, we didn't orchestrate that, right? But that was a test to show you. Go ahead.
All right, quick question. I'm gonna throw it back to you. Quick question. Mm-hmm. Now, would I be wrong, brother, for taking everything that we just saw on the screen, all the murder and mayhem from these women, right? And that situation that's going on with the rising population of women going to prison, mainly black women. Would I be wrong or right to throw that on her? You see what I'm saying? I'll be wrong to throw that on her, right? Wouldn't I? I'll be wrong to throw all of that on her. I'll be wrong to throw that on her and call her a murderer. She came to a panel full of good dudes and called us, no, that's to take responsibility for fucking shit we got nothing to do with. That shit we can't control. Things that a lot of women allow in their homes. Women allow those men in these homes. Most kids who are molested by a female, the mother's family member, or her boyfriend. So either her brother, her uncle, or her, or you know what I mean. Men she allow around the kids. So it's not like
Jay Sean. You know what the issue is?
Yeah,
I said this to Charles once. This is her excuse for disrespecting black men. So what happens is you're on a panel with black men having a civil conversation with each other. Yeah. And you come into the conversation and you inject a particular type of question so you could get this response. So you could then justify to yourself why you don't respect black men in the first place.
Yeah.
So and you showed that when you finally stopped going back and forth with Charles and you spoke to me. I spoke to you normal with this voice, and the second I said something you disagreed with, and I purposely made sure my delivery was this right here, this tone right here, with no profanity. And when you saw you got to a place where you disagreed with me, you started barking on me. Why? Because that was your goal in the first place. You wanted to justify to yourself why you view black men a certain way.
She's not trying to have a conversation.
You don't want a conversation. You just want justification for your fucked up worldview.
It's just like she tried to say, y'all should have addressed him. First of all, I'm a grown-ass man who fought in fucking wars. Okay? What you need to do is respect me. Because I'm 10 times whatever your man thought he was.
Yeah.
Just by that alone. We're going to address something.
Okay. Charles, give me 2 seconds. I know, I'm not cutting you off, but I'm almost done. 1 second. You can't spit in someone's face and then turn to the men and say, "Oh, but why y'all ain't punch him in the face? He about to hit me." Like, ma'am, you were going back and forth with Charles. That's why me and Jay Sean backed up. If you had been quiet and Charles just kept on drilling you, that's when we come in like, brother, hey, relax, chill, stop. No, you were going back and forth with him. You didn't get to tell us. Oh, and I'm telling you that because I'm in the middle. I have an older sister and a younger sister. I tell my younger sister, you don't get into a fight with your boyfriend. You don't hit him and then he hits you and knock you out and then you call me. That's not how that works.
Okay, guys. Any closing remarks? And hey, Charles, if you are gonna do a stream, give yourself like an hour or two before you.
Oh no! This energy has to come out.
Okay, all right. Well, anyway,
no, this energy has to come out.
Okay, all right. I got.
Just like her handlebar mustache, this shit's got to come out.
Okay, yeah, I guess because for me, I need a drink after this.
I'm doing that shit now.
I'm gonna get a drink after this. But any close marks, guys?
I'll say this. This is the shining beacon of example of where femininity in the black community has begun. I see these two bras in the chat trying to talk shit. Here's the question, right? A lot of you don't even want to have a conversation. A lot of you don't want to talk about the ugly truths. A lot of you don't even want to say, you know what, brother? You're right about that. Because brothers have said, you know what, sister? You're right about that. All you want to be is ignorant, loud, obnoxious women. You take pride in it. But as soon as somebody points you out and calls you out on your bullshit, that's when you want to get offended. You want to be equal to men, equal rights, equal fights. I'm starting my shit in 3 minutes. Come with it, come get it.
She said she's not going in there.
Brother, I'll give you the last word.
Just like a clean house and bathroom. She ain't going in there.
Yeah, I said, man, look, accountability is for everybody. Integrity is for everybody. And, unfortunately, and I'm glad I did step up and get my daughter, because if she was raised by her mom, she probably been in a similar mindset. But she's cool. My daughter's relaxed. She's cool. She ain't got to worry in the world. She chilling. She bouncing around her little outfits every day. She's being a girl. And that's what I provide for her, and the environment provide for her. Also, what I provide for my sisters, I'm proud of that as a black man. This shit that this sister's on couldn't exist in my family. it couldn't exist around me. She would have to get down and lay down. I mean, but the truth is they don't want to get down. They don't want to fix the problem. What I mean is they don't want to take any responsibility as the women in this situation. If the black community is fucked up. If there's issues with black men and black women, what is your fucking responsibility in that? You know what I mean? You can't just put it all on black men, then yell over us. That makes no fucking sense. That's anarchy. You know what I mean? So, you know, peace to her. Hope she gets help. Hope she finally sits down and talks to somebody one day. Hope she, you know, finds one day. Hope she finds religion, you know what I mean, some happiness. But I'm gonna say this last thing. You know what I mean? All that yelling y'all doing, all that shit talking y'all doing in the chat room, guess what? We don't give a fuck. We out here winning. This is the winner circle. This ain't bum shit. All right, this ain't bum niggas over here. We winning. We don't give a fuck. You know what I mean? We don't care. You can't all that trying to hurt us and embarrass us and tell it like it is and all that. It's over.
She's bragging she got Charles in his feelings, bro. That if that was the goal.
Feelings.
That was the goal. Let's say she did. That was the goal to get him in his feelings. That's if you came into a civil conversation and your goal was to get the dude in his feelings. That speaks a lot to you, man.
I will say this real quick. You didn't get me in my feelings.
I'll see y'all later. Thanks, Chaos.
The only thing I got you away from, I got you 15 minutes away from your gas-powered vibrator. See ya. My shit.
Oh my God, I'm out. I can't do it. Charles is on fire.
Jay Shine, you know, I appreciate you came on the panel. You know, it doesn't get like this on my channel. This is one of very few. Even today, this is, you know, I wasn't expecting this, but you know, this is what happens when there is no order, and only chaos will restore the order one way or the other. That's why I call me Chaos Reign, but I don't accept it. But it is what it is.
That's old girl in the chat room. I forgot that sister's name.
Bomb Cherry.
Bomb Cherry. Funny as hell. Yeah. Hey, what's up, Bomb Cherry? Hey, Bomb Cherry, I agree with you to a certain extent. When I'm saying winning, I'm talking about she ain't talking. These ain't no dusty brothers over here, bro. Sister. All right, that's what I meant by that. But you were actually correct. If the community's not winning, as a group, we're not winning. She's absolutely right. But shout out to Bomb Cherry. Good to see you. That girl's funny as fuck.
But like always, Jason, you know, hope to catch you again on another live stream like this.
Oh yeah, man. This was interesting inaugural. It was my first time on your panel.
Yeah. But you know, like you always, bro, like the message you always tell black men, especially. Life is business life, and we need to handle our fucking business.
Business, right? Business is life. Life is business, y'all. Handle your business. And you know, my message is really for black men. I don't entertain arguing with sisters too much. A lot of sisters are hurt and mad, and it's a futile, attempt. You're gonna have to find the sisters you can work with and go from there. That's all I can tell you. That's how I live my life. So, thanks for having me up, Chaos. I'm gonna go ahead and hop off, man. You got it.
All right, respect. Thank you again, brother. And to all those for listening to tonight's stream, please share this. This is one of the actually longest live stream I've done up to date. And like always, it's not gonna be like this. Usually I keep it short, but today was a special topic. My conclusion to all this, to the Kevin Samuels effect, I call it, that he has started a firestorm that radio, podcasting, and YouTube will never be the same again. And it's going to be interesting to find out what is next his brother's going to do. I guarantee you, if this man doesn't reach close to 300K subs, I'd be laughing right now. But I tell you right now, he's going to be shooting up. The sky's the limit for that brother. And for all ladies that's pushing back, it is very telling. But like always, thank you for listening to this stream. I'll leave you off with this. The chaos reigns.